time to meet and create again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shin Ji-ye, the MC for International Broadcasting Co-Production Conference. I'm greatly honored to be part of this very important conference, which are being held for the 7th time. We also have people joining us through online. Today's conference will be streamed live on the YouTube channel of the Korea Information Society Development Institute, KIST channel. We comply with all the COVID-19 safety measures, so I ask that you keep your mask on at all time inside the hall. On your desk, we have booklets for the conference. We also have a yellow flyer. This is on the support program on the International Co-Production Agreement. I ask you to keep interest and read through the material. Now we'll move on to the opening remarks by the chairman of the Korea Communications Commission, Han Sang-hyuk.
반갑습니다.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I'm KCC Chairman Sang-hyuk Han. I sincerely welcome all of you to the International Broadcasting Co-Production Conference 2022. This event feels even more joyful and meaningful as it is the first time in 3 years since the pandemic that we meet in person. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank President of Korea Educational Broadcasting System, Kim Yu-yeol, and Vice President Drama of ZDF Studios, Robert Franke, for giving today's keynote speeches. I would also like to thank Commissioner of National Broadcasting and Telecommunication Commission of Thailand, Pironglong Lamasutap, for attending the Country of Honor session. And my thanks also go to many guests from Switzerland, Canada, China, Japan, and other countries, as well as participants from academia and content production industry for your attendance. The main theme of this year's conference is time to meet and create again. During the pandemic, we experienced how precious face-to-face meetings truly are. We arranged today's event to discuss new alternatives to promote content co-production through meetings of mutual growth and cooperation. In the field of broadcasting media and content, the borders between countries and the boundaries between media and technology are blurring. In a rapidly changing media environment, I believe broadcasting co-production is an effective measure to promote broadcasting content production and distribution. To this end, we have prepared a variety of programs for this year's IBCC. First, we have invited the Korea Educational Broadcasting System and Germany's ZDF Studios, which are active in co-production, for a keynote address. We have also invited Thailand, a country with which we are working to conclude a broadcasting co-production agreement, to the Country of Honor session to further enhance bilateral cooperation and exchanges in broadcasting content. Furthermore, we will hear from experts on the topic of what and with whom we can create together. There will also be roundtables on the topics of the challenges and promotion of international broadcasting co-production and the future of global collaboration that MZ generation creates. The KCC selects and awards excellent cross-border co-productions every year to promote co-production of broadcasting content. I would like to sincerely congratulate this year's winners. EBS, BISTS of Asia, selected for its quality and contribution to international exchange, and other winners as well. Co-production broadcasting programs are based on trust between countries and are the result of financial cooperation and sharing cultural values. I hope co-production will be a valuable opportunity for increasing overseas expansion of content and secure Hallyu's leading place in the global market. The KCC will actively support co-production between countries through projects to support program production. I ask for your continued interest and participation in this endeavor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Ho Yeol-kwon of KIST and many distinguished guests for being with us here today. I wish you health and success. Thank you.
네, 위원장님.
Thank you very much, Chairman Han. I would like to ask for your continued support for the promotion of the International Broadcasting Co-Production Conference. Once again, a big hand to Chairman Han for his good words. Next, we will listen to the welcoming remarks by the President Kwon Ho-yeol of KISTI, the organizer for this year's conference. Please welcome President Kwon with a big round of applause. Good morning. I'm Ho-yeol Kwon, President of the Korea Information Society Development Institute, the organizer of the IBCC 2022. First of all, I would like to offer my warm welcome to distinguished guests at home and abroad and all the participants joining us today for the conference. I am particularly grateful to Chairman Sang-hyuk Han of the Korea Communication Commission for his support for KISTI's continuing work to organize the IBCC, which is making progress each year. Indeed, I'm so much pleased to hold this event in person and to see all of you despite the difficulties that the COVID-19 pandemic continues to bring. Global media platforms have served to draw global attention to Korean video contents in recent years. Last year, we witnessed the success of The Squid Game, and this year, Extraordinary Attorney Woo is another success story. Squid Game, premised on Korean traditional games and social realities in Korea, gained worldwide popularity. And furthermore, it made history at the Emmy Awards by winning the Best Actor and the Director in a Drama Series. Moreover, Extraordinary Attorney Woo has encouraged the people and their families having difficulties with autism around the world, and the Canadian Tourism Office has expressed its gratitude for the drama. Truly, K-content has become an essential element both in name and substance, and captivates the eyes, ears, and hearts of people across the globe. The years-long COVID-19 pandemic has brought us massive challenges, but at the same time, taught us a valuable lesson: the significance of a global village we live in together. On that note, the theme of today's conference, Time to Meet and Create Again, expresses the implicit hope of meeting and talking with people scattered around the world by crossing rivers, mountains, and seas. The theme also coincides with the long-standing hope of Korea, a historic upholder of peace and coexistence. I believe that today's conference will provide a valuable opportunity to take you one step closer to that hope. With that in mind, IBCC 2022 has prepared many interesting programs. To begin the conference, I would like to extend my gratitude to two keynote speakers, Dr. Yoo-yeol Kim, CEO of the Korea Educational Broadcasting System, and Mr. Robert Franke, Vice President at ZDF Studios. Also, I appreciate the attendance of Dr. Pirongryong Ramasuta, Commissioner of the National Broadcasting and Telecommunication Commissions of Thailand, and broadcasters from Thailand for the Country of Honor session. My thanks also go to participants who have traveled all the way from Japan, Canada, China, Switzerland, Vietnam, and Malaysia, as well as professors, business experts from Korea. This year, we prepared two special sessions of roundtable discussion. In the first roundtable session, we invited well-renowned experts at domestic and international levels to talk about the reality and future of international broadcasting co-production. The second roundtable will include 3 promising young leaders of Generation MZ at home and abroad to explore the future of international collaboration. Today, I hope that the conference will be a meaningful platform for the inspiring first step into the future of broadcasting co-production in the post-COVID-19 era. On a final note, I would like to thank all of our staff members at KISTI for their effort in organizing this year's event. I wish everyone here to stay healthy and happy. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much, President Kwon. So once again, President Kwon extended a sincere welcome to all of you to promote co-production in broadcasting content. Let's give another round of applause to President Kwon. Let's move on to our next session, which is 2022 International Broadcasting Co-Production Awards. We have Best Program Award, Second Place Program Award, and Third Place Program Award. And President Kwon is going to join us to present the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome back President Kwon onto the stage.
네, 원장님 모시고 저희가 우수상
So for the second best and third place, President Kwon is going to deliver the awards. For the award winners, KISTI certificate as well as a cash prize of 1 million Korean won is going to be presented. Third place program winner is J Wonder's The Story of Dream. The story of Dream of J Wonder talks about the very first Korean immigrants to Hawaii. They started off with only 86, and over the past 100 years, they have left a deep footprint in the history of Hawaii. So the award is going to be presented by President Kwon. Third place program awardee, The Story of Dream, the recipient J Wonder. We present this award for the program that made the third place in the award. So congratulations.
네, 제이 원더의 유산이
Again, the story of Dream of J Wonder received the third place program. We have the certificate, the cash prize, as well as flower bouquet. So please greet the audience and pose for a photo op.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. President Kwon will stay with us for the presenting of the next prize. For the second place program, the President, KISTI, will present the award with 2 million won in prize money. The second place program, Dino Power for Dofala. Dino Power is an animation co-produced by Korea and China for heroes with their dinosaur vehicles and transforming robots are up against the monster to save the world. The second place program, Dino Powers from Dofala. The award is presented to the second place program for 2022 International Broadcasting Co-Production Award, presented on September 29th of 2022 by President Kwon Ho-yeol of KISTI. Congratulations. For the second place program, the certificate from the KISTI president and the prize money of 2 million won are presented. We'll have a photo op for the second place winner with President Kwon Ho-yeol of KISTI. Once again, a big hand to the second place winner.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to also thank KISTI President Ho-yeol Kwon I would like to kindly ask all of you to return to your seats now. Next, we have the Best Program Award. The award is going to be presented by President Han Sang-hyuk of KCC. So I'd like to kindly ask Chairman Han to join us on stage. The Best Program winner is going to receive KCC certificate as well as a cash prize of 3 million Korean won. Chairman Han is on the stage. So the award goes to EBS's Beast of Asia. Congratulations. Beast of Asia talks about Asian myth in order to talk about cultural identity, and also it shares wisdom of living in harmony with nature. Korea, India, Mongolia, Bhutan, and Vietnam joined hands for this co-production. The Best Program Award, the recipient is Best of Asia, EBS. We present this award to EBS for its program Best of Asia for winning this award. Chairman Han, thank you and congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Best Program Award is handed to EBS's Beast of Asia. We sincerely congratulate all the winners, and please pose for a photo op. Again, Korea, India, Mongolia, Bhutan, and Vietnam, all 5 countries came together in order to produce this program, and they were selected as the best program of this year. Congratulations once again.
네, 고맙습니다.
With that, we're going to end the 2022 International Broadcasting Co-Production Awards. Once again, thank you very much for all your support. The best program went to Beast of Asia from EBS, second place program to Dino Powers of Dofala, and third place program to The Story of the Dream, J Wonder. Next, I would like to ask the VIPs for a photo opportunity. I ask all the guests and VIPs to please join us on stage to take a group photo.
We would like to invite the distinguished guests who are with us
In this room to join us for a commemorative photograph. So, distinguished guests, may I invite you to the stage to join us for the photo. 네, 2016년부터 매년 저희가 이렇게 대한민국 서울에서
Every year, we are hosting the IBCC in Seoul, Korea. I would like to ask for your continuous interest and support. We are especially delighted to have this conference in person for the first time in 3 years. I would like to ask all the participants and guests to stay with us until the very end of the program. I know that there are people joining us through online. This is a great opportunity, and there was also a message on the chatting window thanking the organizer for opening the online conference. I'd like to ask you to please make your comments for the organizer and this conference. We will proceed with the group photo. I ask all the VIPs and guests to please squeeze together the center of the stage.
everyone who are joining us for the International Broadcasting Co-Corporation conference today. We would like to take the photo, inviting all the distinguished guests, but it would be appreciated if we stick a little bit more to the center. 네, 사진 촬영 먼저 정자세로 진행하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand.
Smile. 네, 하나, 둘, 셋을 세겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 그리고 이번에는요, 제가 time to meet 하면 여러분들께서 create again.
I'm going to say time to meet, and you can chant back by saying create again.
Meet, please reply by saying create again and put on your right arms. This is Korean type of saying we're supporting each other. So when I say time to meet, please reply by saying create again. 네, 그럼 함께 하시겠습니다. Time to meet. 네, 고맙습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 이것으로
With that, we will complete the group photo.
Thanks for joining us for the commemorative
photograph. We're going to end the photo session here. Thank you very much once again for your cooperation. 네, 이렇게 저희
This concludes the opening session for IBCC 2022. We are gathered for the first time in 3 years in person. We have prepared the various programs, so I ask you to please stay with us till the very end of this program. We also have a lucky draw at the end, so please stay with us. Next, we will move on to the keynote session. We have 2 speakers for the keynote session. For the first keynote speeches, I would like to introduce to you President Kim Yoo-yeol from Korea Educational Broadcasting System. He will talk on the EBS Global Co-Production Strategy in the digital transformation age and its importance. President Kim Yoo-yeol joined EBS in 1992 as a producer. He served as a policy planning director and vice president and was promoted most recently to the president of EBS. Please welcome President Kim Yoo-yeol with a big round of applause.
누르면 되는 거죠? 예, 안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Kim Yoo-yeol, president of EBS. It's a great honor and pleasure of mine to join everyone here at IBCC 2022, and I would like to heartily welcome all the honored guests and participants to this conference. It's a great honor and pleasure of mine to talk about how we can further promote co-production of broadcasting content and share different ideas. I would like to take this moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chairman Sang-hyuk Han of KCC and also President Ho-yeol Kwon of KISD for preparing this wonderful conference. Today, more than anything else, I think that today is a very enjoyable day because just now, Jung Hyun-suk, a producer of EBS, received the Best Program Award for the program Beast of Asia. EBS has been, for an extended period of time, worked with other partners for co-production. I think that today's honor was possible thanks to the efforts of many producers at EBS, and I personally was very much interested in promoting co-production with different partners. Now, if you look at the ecosystem of broadcasting content, I'm sure you would all agree that a lot of changes are taking place. We have global OTT services emerging, and when it comes to content production, distribution, and creation, the method is changing dramatically. We're not just relying on TVs anymore. In the past, productions were done for TV programs and terrestrial TV programs, but now that is no longer relevant. Therefore, I believe that we have to cope with an ever-changing society and ever-connected society. Again, the theme of this year's IBCC 2022 is Time to Meet and Create Again. And EBS has worked in international collaboration for co-production for many years now. So in this era of OTT and digital transformation, I would like to share with you how we can further promote co-production amongst partners. First of all, I would like to begin by introducing to you our broadcasting station, EBS. EBS is the world's only educational public media that offers equal educational opportunities to all. Since the Korean War, the Korean government pushed economic development. Without any natural resources, Korea was able to achieve rapid economic development thanks to education. Korea is famous for its strong interest in providing education. And I think that that drive led to the establishment of our broadcasting station, EBS. Through EBS programs, regardless of income, the social status, people in Korea now can access equally different educational programs. And EBS was established 5 decades ago, as you can see from the slide. Even in the midst of the Korean War, here we have a small classroom which was converted from a bus. And through those classrooms, we provided education to Korean children. And since then on, EBS has made a lot of efforts in order to provide greater educational opportunities to all. EBS is opened classroom available for anyone and everyone. Today, we see a lot of changes, and we have also cutting-edge services being introduced in the market. And in tandem with that, not just TV, but mobile internet and SNS are some of the platforms that we are trying to access to provide our programs. Despite that, we believe that in this era of strong networks, we see, unfortunately, growing gap between the education level, depending on income and also social status. Since 2019, Korea also experienced a lot of difficulties because of COVID-19. Children could not go and attend schools, and many were at the brink of losing education opportunities. But we used broadcasting stations, and also the education industry came together in order to provide greater educational opportunities. EBS, in particular, utilized its mobile internet network to offer different education programs in the midst of the pandemic. And I think that we were able to successfully overcome the challenge. Based on our 40-plus years of broadcasting experience, we provided real-time educational programs for all 12K students from elementary to middle school to high school. We dedicated one channel per grade, and the content of our programs were also in line with the school curriculum, so that the students will not experience any interruption in their education despite the pandemic. Not only that, but EBS utilized its internet system to allow 3 million students to access and also to exchange interactively ideas and opinions with teachers. In this post-COVID era, I think that the world is strongly interconnected and closely interconnected, but at the same time, I think that there are parts of our society that is disconnected. UNESCO, therefore, highlighted the importance of education in maintaining the connection. And EBS believes that education via cooperation is a must. And with that mission in mind and vision in mind, we're preparing ourselves for a new era. Now I'd like to move on and talk about some of the examples of co-production that EBS was involved in. Here you can see EBS's co-production achievements and strategies. EBS is not afraid of failures. And although it has 40-plus years of experience, it has constantly challenged itself. And just like the Korean economy, I believe that EBS also has experienced a lot of remarkable growth and development. We developed high-quality documentaries every day so that Korean viewers can access those high-quality documentary programs on our channel. I believe that as a public broadcasting station, we have a duty for our society. So we've remained steadfast to our vision and mission to provide differentiated and quality broadcasting programs to our viewers. EBS also produces children programs and also documentary programs that, as I mentioned earlier, and the quality is quite high. Parents would recommend our programs, and in order to stay relevant and also popular amongst the children and students, we are making all that efforts. And I believe that for those reasons, we are seeking co-production opportunities with various countries and various partners. In fact, for culture, history, natural science, and basic science, we've sought out partners throughout the world for co-production opportunities. In particular, EBS also produced global level world-class documentaries on global history and natural environment. If you look at the documentaries that we produced, they're quite differentiated from the legacy documentaries. We've implemented a differentiated documentary drama production techniques. That way, I think that we were able to add some dramatic features to our documentary content so that ordinary viewers can stay interested in our documentary programs. Also, EBS has certain values that we seek in co-producing, and I believe that sustainable collaboration is something that we value a lot. From co-financing to co-production, I think that we were able to change our strategy for co-production. And I believe that by doing so, we were able to lead co-production efforts. The civilization documentary that we have developed and which I'm about to introduce is a good example of that. There's one thing I need to confess before I move further. I joined EBS in 1992, and as a producer, I produced and directed many different content and programs. However, when it comes to co-production, planning and also directing can be quite challenging, but I was involved in that. In 2008, EBS partnered up with Cambodia broadcasting station, Cambodia's TVK, and produced Angkor, the Land of the Gods. And this is one of the 3D. It's Korea's first 3D documentary that I was involved in. I visited Angkor Wat myself, and I was amazed to see the wonder before my eyes in Asia, in Southeast Asia, to have this type of the civilization, the remnant of civilization that was just mesmerizing. Cambodia's Khmer Kingdom left with us a great history and culture and civilization. So I've tried best in order to relieve that, to help our viewers to relieve that through our documentary program. The documentary program was possible thanks to KCC and Cambodian government's cooperation. In fact, the two sides signed a co-production treaty. For that reason, I believe that co-production treaties or agreements are critical in boosting co-production. Of course, we need the rules of private companies and businesses in co-production, but I believe that the public sector, the governments need to come together for co-production. That way, I think that we can invest more and end up creating a world-class program. So that was something that I realized back in 2008. I visited Angkor Wat, and I also visited Promit Studio in Thailand. And I still remember vividly the filming, how we filmed. From planning stage, I think that we cooperated together, and we targeted the global market for distribution. And it was from the very early stage targeted for the global market. And eventually, the documentary that we produced were sold at the highest price to Smithsonian Channel history, in the history of Smithsonian Channel. Not only that, in 2013 and 2015, we also produced a documentary series, Babylon Unveiled, The Ancient Splendors of Rome, Myanmar, Ancient Mysteries Revealed. And in the case of Myanmar, Ancient Histories Revealed, it was exported to Smithsonian Channel for $200,000. So the experience taught me that if the private and the public come together for the co-production efforts, we could come up with a content that can appeal to many global audience. Not only that, I think that through those documentary programs, we could really understand the culture, the tradition, and history of different countries. And if we respect that in our content, then I think that we can also attract the viewers from many different countries. Qin Shi Huang, the King of Eternal Empire, was another documentary that we worked with our Chinese partner in 2017. 4K computer graphic technology was used to produce this documentary, and thanks to that, I think that we were able to provide some vivid scenes. And Social Impact Award is something that we also received for the Origin 5 Elements of Human Civilization in 2018. In the case of East Asia, which just received the Best Program Award, is another good example of successful co-production. Korea, India, Thailand, Mongolia, and Vietnam came together for this program series. I think that it was a very unique and successful partnership model. I think that co-production involving multiple countries allow us to understand culture and tradition. Then I believe that there has to be a trust in order to strengthen partnership. EBS is very much interested in global co-production. Especially, I believe that co-production in Asia is something that EBS is very much interested in and is trying to promote further. EBS is also very much interested in education-related documentary programs. EBS has, during the past 19 years, hosted the EIDF. EIDF is a unique film festival. During the whole week when we host EIDF during the prime time. During the prime time, we allocate the world-class documentaries that we could produce with various partners, and also at local theaters, we play various programs and content. Not only that, through Asia and global pitching, we try to share various ideas amongst different businesses and countries, and through pitching, EBS together with the Korean government supports funding to global documentary studios. I believe that when it comes to global co-production, public broadcasting stations' role is critical. In this era of digital transformation, the key word for global co-production is cooperation. More than anything else, I believe that we have OTT, terrestrial TV programs, and also other internet channels competing with one another for viewers' time. Not just OTT, but smartphones are taking up a lot of portion in our daily lives, and it's changing the way we live and the way we consume content. So I believe that global cooperation for broadcasting stations need to adapt to those changing environments. Even BBC, a global broadcasting station, decided is having difficulty competing against global OTTs. So again, the terrestrial TV stations are facing serious survival risk against OTTs. In my view, I don't think that the best defense is the best offense is defense. I think that we need to go beyond our boundaries to compete with OTT and also to cooperate with OTTs. And to make that happen, there are certain premises that we need to bear in mind. As we have learned from Squid Game and also a lot of K-drama and K-content, which have garnered global attention, is that culture, history of a country needs to be respected for what they are and for their uniqueness. So I think that universality and also uniqueness of content needs to be harmonized in our content. And only then I believe that we can appeal to global audiences. And I believe that public broadcasting stations' responsibility is critical. I believe that they need to come together for deeper collaboration. We need to join hands and pool our wisdoms together in order to overcome the challenges posed by OTTs. EBS, based on our past experiences, was able to have and promote global co-production lately. And EBS is actually testing something very interesting. Great Minds is a service which is a combination of TV program and OTT. Asia, Europe, the US, and other countries, world-renowned scholars are featured in this global platform, and we launched it lately. So together with global OTTs and global renowned scholars, we were able to launch this platform. I believe that this is also in line with the spirit of partnership and cooperation. Now is high time for the world to come together for collaboration instead of limiting ourselves to a certain territory or a region. I believe that we need to expand our horizon and deepen our collaboration. In that sense, I believe the most important keyword is collaboration and competition. Cooperation amongst broadcasting stations is key, and I believe that sometimes with OTT, global OTTs and local OTTs, we need to partner up for co-production. I believe that broadcasting stations are having difficulties trying to fund their programs, and this is and public broadcasting stations are no exception. So I think that together with global OTTs, we need to collaborate and do co-productions. And again, we need to respect each other's culture and history so that we can address unique topics and themes and unique content through co-production. In the past, when we talk about co-production, we've only thought about having universal themes in our content. However, in this era of OTT, where everyone is connected via internet, I think that universality is important, but at the same time, unique culture and unique tradition and history of a country can have huge appeal to viewers of other countries. So again, the culture, the history of a country needs to be respected in co-production. And that way, based on that foundation, we can cement our partnership and cooperation. As I mentioned earlier, EBS is committed to work with various countries for co-production. I believe that a good example is Beast of Asia. Staff members of different countries came together for this program, and it was not just one country financing and one country's staff producing and filming. Everyone came together, just like the Angkor Wat documentary that I was involved in. We had Korean, Cambodian, and Thailand staff members coming together for co-production. So going forward for co-production, I believe that we should not limit ourselves to just co-financing. I think that planning, the resources, and directing all needs to invite different countries and partners. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And once again, I would like to sincerely welcome every one of you to this conference. Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much. President Kim Yoo-hyul, as the first keynote speaker, he talked about the fast-changing world and the role of the EBS and what EBS can do to co-produce with the rest of the producers in the other parts of the world. President Kim Yoo-hyul, his English translation, his position was mistranslated. I ask you for your understanding. As the second speaker, I would like to ask Vice President Robert Franke from ZDF Studio. As a second keynote speaker, the title of his presentation is How to Build Successful International Co-Production Financing Structure. Before joining ZDF Studio, Mr. Frank has been working for content development and production from multiple cities in Potsdam, Zurich, Berlin, LA, Tokyo. Since 2015, he has been responsible for international co-production and overseas distribution at ZDF. Please welcome Robert Franke with a big hand.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the wonderful organizers of IBCC for the kind invitation. I've been here the last time 3 years ago as a jury member of the Seoul Drama Awards, so I'm very thrilled to be back and talk about co-productions because that's a topic which is very dear to me and also my daily business. I'm the vice president of ZDF Studios. We are Europe's biggest co-producer, and on top of that, we are a distribution company which is taking care of the international monetization of the output of our channel group, as well as third-party programs which are coming into our catalog. My team and I, we produce between 20 and 30 TV series worldwide per year, and these programs cover a very, very broad range of cultures and collaborations, and I would like to talk to you about my experience over the last 15 years in the field of international co-production and what is needed in order to build something which is successful on the international market space. And I'm specifically talking about drama productions, so that this experience might be of interest because it is very different from producing factual entertainment as well as kids entertainment. So the good news is it has never been a better time to be a content creator. And why is that? It is because the market landscape is changing quite rapidly. And you can see that by the development of the global streamers. So right now, all these streaming platforms are on the route to become more than a 1 billion global subscribers business. And this growth has been driven by Netflix, obviously, but also companies like Disney and Paramount, which just recently launched on the international market space, are rapidly transforming the way how people consume content on an international level. These companies compete on a global base with companies like us, for example, ZDF and ZDF Studios in Germany, but also with you here in Korea or in other Asian countries, which makes it very interesting to look at their business models and to see how they are competing with our local businesses. So one obvious answer to the question how we can compete with these big companies who have a lot of money and resources at their hand is to co-produce on a global level. And I found these very interesting number from Ampere studies, and they're basically just showing how much money they're generating through their subscription users over the international market space. And what does that mean for our industry? Well, first and foremost, it is very important to look at like who is spending how much money and what is the business model behind these companies. And as you can see, it is a quite American-centric business, which is which has been driven the international OTT co-production space and production space. And as you can see, Netflix is already on the number 4 place of the highest spenders, which is quite interesting and tells something about how this will transform the way how we are doing business in the future. And right now, we still all have a very, very strong, healthy local industry. But if you look at the user groups and the way how globalization is transforming how people consume content, we will soon realize that Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which is the next generation after Gen Z, will consume content in a very different way. So being able to understand that these user groups consume content on an international level and will not care about boundaries and borders anymore is a crucial thing to build successful co-productions in the future. So what does that mean? Well, first and foremost, it is also very interesting to look at what's happening right now in terms of streaming and like what people consume in the streaming world. Well, production volume is really peaking at the moment. The industry is talking about peak TV, and a lot of these programs are unscripted, but you can see on the graph on the right side that actually also drama programs are becoming more and more popular and are a key cornerstone of subscription growth of these platforms. And what is true for global streaming platforms is also true for local streaming platforms and for local broadcasters, because we are all competing with these giants on a local level nowadays. So understanding where the growth is coming from and looking at these platforms yields an opportunity to learn and to adapt your strategies and our all strategies to work together to continue to be successful in your local market space. So, but how do you actually build a co-production, and how do you make sure that you're being successful in that space? Well, it is really important to understand that content is becoming global, and I have some good examples which is just proving the way how drama series can disrupt borders and can become internationally successful. And recent examples like Squid Game from Korea has proven that content is traveling as long as it's good. And also there are some shows from Europe which has been traveled. For example, Netflix has Casa de Papel or Money Heist. But there are so many different shows nowadays which have been founded in a specific country and put on a global platform and found a global audience. So we see actually that it's all about a very good idea at the core, and if the idea is good and the execution is good, people will come and visit. But at the same time, it is also very important to understand that obviously drama TV series productions are very expensive. my team and I, we're usually producing, as I said, 20 to 30 TV series per year. And an average budget now for European co-production is 1.5 million euros per episode, which is still significantly less than what is the budget for a US TV show. But still, you have to raise that kind of money, and production cost in this globalized world, which is also kind of like under pressure because of all the global crises happening at the same time. Things like inflation are accelerating the way how we have to pay for these TV shows. So we have to find ways to mitigate the investment risk. And how do you mitigate? You mitigate by finding partners. So teaming up with other platforms and TV channels from foreign countries can help you to reduce your level of investment, to make it more cost efficient, to be able to produce more and to offer more and more relevant content to your audiences in your home countries. So it is very important also to keep in mind that it's about to learn what the audience is looking for, and how do you co-produce actually? What type of co-productions models are out there? Well, generally speaking, there are basically 4 types of collaborations you can enter into when it comes to drama co-productions. The first is acquisitions and pre-buys. That is basically taking your show out on an idea level. So you have a concept and you take that concept and present it to partners. And then there is the commission, which is basically a co-production with a channel. So you go to commissioning editor and convince them to work together with you. And then there's something which we call acquisition, which is kind of like a merge between an acquisition and a commission, where a channel is kind of like semi-involved in the creative concept of a show, but is basically just pre-buying it. And then there is the true co-production, where 2 co-producers or more come together on an equity level to kind of build something on a broader scale. So these are 3 shows which I've co-produced in the last 2 years. The first one, The Swarm, is a 45 million euro budget show, which is the biggest TV show in Europe right now. And the co-producer is the producer of Game of Thrones. And this is a show which has been co-produced with 5 partners. So our network ZDF is the main partner. We have Viaplay, VOD platform in Scandinavia. We have France Television in France. We have La Rai in Italy. And we have Hulu in Japan as co-producers. So my hope is also to find co-producers from Korea who would be interested in entering global co-productions, because we believe there is a chance to really build something great. And then the second one is The Window, which is also co-production between Europe and Japan. And the third one is an Amazon exclusive show between Germany and Spain, a period drama. So what do you have to consider when it comes to co-productions? Well, first and foremost, it is very important that the story is good and that the story is originating in a country or a culture, so it is culture and country specific. If you reverse engineer and you try to build something without keeping in mind that you need to have kind of like a center of origin of a show, you will have a hard time building something which is really interesting to an audience. So then you have to find a local broadcaster or local commissioner who would be able to enter your production. And then you have to think about like what packageable elements and professional materials do you need in order to bring it to the market space and find more partners for it. So it is important to understand that the budget and the financing structure play a very, very crucial role in the way how we build these co-productions. So you have to figure out like potential partners on an international scale and what they're actually able to contribute to a project. So I've seen many co-productions fail because producers don't really think about the type of money they could get from a partner, and they go with unrealistic expectation to co-financing partner, and then they're being disappointed by the level of contribution a partner can bring to budget. So it is important to have these probing type of conversations before you actually enter into co-productions. You have to understand what type of money you can get from a partner. And then one important tool for me and for our company for putting together these co-productions is so-called soft money. So what type of state support can you get? Are there funds, are there tax incentives which you can use in order to co-finance your projects? And then obviously it is also important to know the markets. If you are able to bring in private equity or equity capital, will you be able to sell your show on a global level? Do you have estimates from a global distribution company who can bring it to the market and generate revenues with it? And then, and I think that is the most crucial part, we are in the people's business industry. So it is all about knowing who we work with. It is about fostering relationships, and it is about building long-lasting trust between partners. So being on the ground and being able to meet people is probably the most crucial part. So we regularly attend all co-production markets, especially the ones in Europe and the United States. But I'm very thrilled to be here today to also venture out into Asia and to see what type of collaborations here are, because I really truly believe that there are not enough co-productions between Asia and Europe at the moment, and that there is a lot of common ground we can find to work together between the continents. And lastly, and probably also very important, is follow up. So don't only send out an email and expect people to naturally get back to you. We are all very busy. So I realized that just like because you don't always get an answer right away, it's no reason to give up. It's always important to be very persistent. So how do you make the deal? Well, creative deal making is probably the most important element of this all. It's about financing, it's about collaboration. So basically you have to keep in mind what partners look for. So broadcasters, when they co-produce with you, they want to have editorial say, they want to know the storylines, they want to know what languages are in there, they are very interested in the casting, what type of branding, and also very important, what type of broadcast windowing they can get from you. Streamers, on the other hand, they also care about the editorial say and local windowing, but for them it's also about ownership. And they're not necessarily interested in back-end and equity, so that means that you can work in a different way with streamers than you can work with broadcasters. And then obviously they want the full branding and marketing rights, and usually they want to have the rights in perpetual and global scope, which might make it difficult for you to work with a streamer. And then there are financing partners like distribution companies, and these are not necessarily very interested in editorial, but they will look at it. But their investment usually is the first money which you have to pay back, and then their distribution fees and expenses you have to take into account, and usually they will recoup first the equity they invest. And lastly, there are investors you can work with. These companies, they give you the money first, but also they charge an interest rate and take a premium out of their investment, and they usually take an equity stake. So these are basically the 4 pillars of international co-production, which will enable you to find new ways to work together on a global scale and build projects and products which are ultimately way bigger than the ones you could produce just by yourself, which will gain more attraction from an audience point of view to your services, to your channels, to whatever type of exploitation you use in order to reach customers, and that will ultimately benefit your business on a longer scale. Thank you very much, and thanks for being invited to this wonderful event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Franke. He talked about successful structure we need to have for co-production on the global stage. So there were a lot of lessons and implications shared. Next, starting from 2019, we started to have a country of honor session. So far, Vietnam, Turkey were invited, and last year it was Canada who was the country of honor. And this year, we have invited over Thailand, which is the country of smiles. I'm sure that you would all know, but Thailand is a very special country for Korea. It was one of the countries that dispatched troops to assist Korea during the Cold Korean War. And the two countries signed diplomatic ties in 1958, and in 2018 we celebrated 60th anniversary. And Thailand is Korea's ninth largest trading partner, and Thailand is also one of the countries where K-drama and K-content is very popular. And I believe that there is some active efforts being made for broadcasting co-production. So I hope that the two countries will be able to collaborate even closer together as close partners. All right, then we will begin the Country of Honor session. I would like to first of all invite Dr. and Professor Pirongnong Ramasuta. She's going to tell us, share with us her congratulatory remarks and also talk to us about co-production challenges in Thailand. Dr. Ramasuta is a scholar on content. She graduated from the Oxford University and also London Political and Economic University. And before she joined MBTC, she served as the VP of Chulalongkorn University. Dr. Ramasuta has received many national awards and international appointments. She was given the National Distinguished Research Award from the National Research Council of Thailand in 2017.
Great honor and pleasure to be addressing this esteemed audience. I'm grateful for KCC and KISTI for this opportunity for Thailand to represent the country of honor at IBCC. As all of us are embracing upon the so-called next normal, following the global pandemic and in light of the intensifying digital transformation, it is evident that the spread of global media platforms and globalized content will continue to grow even further. As the world audience are embracing more diverse content, co-production in broadcasting as well as films will be a viable option in reinvigorating the weakened broadcast industry with new story ideas, production skills, transnational resources, and of course, a more widened market. As Thailand is the IBCC country of honor this year, I'm delighted to let you know more in the ensuing presentation about our country and the potential for co-production. On our mission here, representatives from Thai broadcasters and content providers have joined force to showcase their works and future plans for co-production plans, and you shall hear from them shortly. I believe that we have a good opportunity and to learn from each other and even enjoy prospects of collaboration in the future in the co-production of Asian and global cultural products. I'd like to congratulate KCC and KISTI again for this continued success, and I wish all the participants for a fruitful discussion and collaboration at IBCC 2022. Next on the agenda, I've been asked to share a bit about co-production opportunities and also, of course, challenges in Thailand. Okay, as you probably know, Thai movies and series have been up-and-coming cultural products. We enjoy a growing popularity in Southeast Asia and China, and many international awards have been received as well. Co-production between Thai and international partners have also seen an uptrend, particularly in light of the globalization of the content industry and the rise of global OTT platforms. Notably, Thailand's strength in content production lies in many areas. We have very highly capable cast and crew, and we also, a number of our directors have also received international awards, and our artists, performers, as well as our production crew have also participated in a lot of global production. And also we have relatively low production cost when factoring into account the quality that you will receive. I was told that the quality of content production in Thailand is arguably the best in ASEAN. So other countries from ASEAN can dispute that. Anyway, we also have exceptional shooting locations, intriguing cultural attractions, and also we have a number of popular artists and performers in many regional markets. And also in 2021, see. Okay, in 2021, we have this outstanding Thailand and South Korean co-production, The Medium, which is a mockumentary and supernatural horror film with Na Hong Jin as co-producer and screenwriter. This joint endeavor between Thailand's GDH 559 and South Korea's Chobox was a box office as well as an award success. And we also have this very unique storytelling and content orientation in the form of boys' love. And I was told that in Korea, this is quite a no-no to produce because of a certain sense of conservatism here. Anyway, we have explored it a lot, and also a lot of streamers have collaborated in distributing this in China. Well, despite this promising fact, all of the co-production endeavors in Thailand involving Thai producers until now have been just unofficial contracts. Thailand has not yet entered into any official agreement on co-production, and the main barriers stem mainly from interagency problem in Thailand and also the siloed tradition of government bureaucracy in Thailand. If this interagency barrier is resolved, partners in the co-production project will be entitled to many promotional privileges, including funding, tax breaks, content quota, as well as up to 20% of investment return. Just to give you a bit of a picture of this interagency problem, we have at least 4 government agencies involved in the co-production framework in Thailand. This includes the Ministry of Culture, which oversees movie production and distribution of video content and game, while also running this so-called Creative Media Fund. We also have the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, which authorizes overseas producers wishing to film or produce content in Thailand. We have the Ministry of Commerce, which regulates the business and IP under the co-production project. And we have the NBTC, which I'm representing, the National Commission of Broadcasting and Telecommunication, which regulates broadcasting content and broadcasting market and telecommunication, as well as the very well-endowed NBTC fund. Another major drawback in Thailand lies in the lack of super IP that would prevail internationally. Although we have a lot of interesting storylines, these stories tend to suffer from cultural discount, and also a tendency to be inward-looking design strategies, content design strategies. So the internal challenge for us that still remains is not only to push for a more integrated national strategy and government support that would create an enabling framework for co-production, but also to find ways to amicably bypass policy stumbling block so that opportunities will not be missed entirely. Meanwhile, we will also have to learn from success stories of our partners, and this is the essence of our meeting today, and I'm looking forward, truly looking forward to more collaboration. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 피롱롱.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Pirarong Ramasuta. You talked about what challenges the Thailand has regarding the co-production. Thank you very much for your informative presentation. Next, I would like to invite Director Songpol Wangkandi of the International on the GDH 599. He will talk on the House of Creators, Hub of Filmmakers. Please welcome Songpol Wangkandi with a big hand. He has 20 years of experience working in acquisition, distribution, and production for Thai film industry. He was also involved with Korean-Thai co-production film project from 2016. He will be talking on the House of Creators, Hub of Filmmakers. Please welcome Mr. Songpol with a big hand.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Songpol Wangkandi from Thailand, and I work for GDH as a Director of Sales and International Business. It is my honor to meet all of you today and participate in this event, which is a great chance that brings all quality creators around the world to be in the same room and all have a spirit and ambition to work for industry. This is the first time for GDS is here. Though GDS is making a film for almost 10 years, and we believe by ourselves that we have a lot of masterpiece. But I am not sure that our guests may not know GDS before, so it is better to introduce ourselves by our work by this following clip.
One, two, three, four.
Xông đi. 我们苏北混乱。
Yes, that's all the work that our company did before. GDS is stand for gross domestic happiness, which refer to our philosophy of measuring the success of the film by how happy it makes to our audience rather than its financial success at the box office. We aim to create a unique and global appealing content by elevating the quality of the Thai film and TV series to a world-class level, create smile, laughter, pleasure, and great gross happiness to the audience. Our philosophy was set up in year 2016, almost 10 years ago, but it seems proved and seems true for 2022 too. Cinema business get affected by the pandemic and change audience behavior. People avoid to go to the public place if it's not necessary. Even the situation toned down and slide back to normal now, but audience is not the same. The more selective, they not rush, they want to have information before making decision. They will come out and go to watch the movie in the cinema because most people mention is cannot miss it. Before COVID and after COVID, they are before COVID and after COVID, they are big different. It may be one of the reasons that bring all of us making decisions and sharing experience together today. Our topic today is about the GDS, this is half of creator and half of filmmaker. Bad Genius is a masterpiece of us. Back to GDS again. It's because of philosophy that it can still carry us through the most difficult time of the cinema industry. GDS have a high standard in control the quality of production. We love to be at least 2 steps ahead of the audience, which means we have to do innovation content and being trendsetter. We create new things because we don't need to spoil the request of audience, because we don't think that audience mostly can't explain. In the meantime, the experience that is beyond their expectation is going to be the key success. That is why we will definition to try to be the house of creator. Bad Genius is a masterpiece of us. It's made in 2017. It's traveled around the world, and is the first film, our first film, Thai film, to release in China and makes the super big hit right there. Is Bad Genius expand to TV series, remake into the stage play in Korea, and in the future it's gonna be remake into English-speaking language by the Oscar winner producer, which plan to release in 2024. Bad Genius released in 17 territories around the world. The next one is the medium, which is get into the production in 2019, the year of a pandemic, and released last year in 2021. It's the collaboration between Thai and Korean company Chobok, Northern Cross, and association with GDH and Jogwang Film. The movie released in 18 territories worldwide, and every continental in Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, Spain, France, and Southern America. The start of correlation unexpected of the medium is very simple, because Mr. Na Hong Jin know the director Ban Jong for 7 years, and just start from one phone call. When Na Hong Jin have the idea of the medium and want to make it in Thailand, so that is the start of the medium. And the structure of the co-production is very simple. The idea from the Korean, the production team from Thailand, and distribution team from Korean too. So everybody put the money in the same pot and start to do everything together and make the dream come true. We have 2 big co-production as I mentioned, but other sides in the below one, we have another title. We have many titles that very successful in Southeast Asia, such as Brother of the Year, which released in 2018. This is a big hit on our Southeast Asia country, including the Friend Zone. The movie have a soundtrack that make a very good soundtrack and localized into 10 languages. And the last one, just released mid of July this year, is called Love Destiny. Right now, the Love Destiny make a surprise hit in Vietnam in September. It's make $3 million in 20 days. Love Destiny make a surprise everywhere this movie release. It's #1 in Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, which is the genre of period love story, but GDH did it with high quality. The production, which should be for local, but it still can go to international appeal. This is all the artwork that our movie released worldwide. Before COVID and after COVID, there are big difference. It's maybe in the meantime, After Atomic, we found that the most valuable property in GDS is not our product in the film library, but all of our talent, which was made together for a long time. GDS team live and learn together and have the same passion to make the film for audience. Miss Gina, who is our CEO, Mr. Jira, who is a mentor of our director in Thailand, and Wanradi is a top #1 producer in Southeast Asia country. By these three leaders, we groom up a best director, 18 directors. Some of can produce by themselves and write the script by themselves. These 18 directors are in our generation, from expert to young blood. The first one, he's the director of The Medium. He started his career from from Shutter in 2004. And after that, he made the remarkable horror comedy Pimak that is still today is the biggest box office of Thailand. His last work is The Medium, a Thai-Korean co-production produced by Na Hong Jin. The film has well accepted in territory and become all-time #1 Thai film in various countries. The next one is the director of Bad Genius, Nattawut Punpiriya. He graduated from graphic design from Pratt Industry Institution in New York. He returned to Thailand and worked as a music video director before direct his first feature film in horror thriller Countdown. His second feature is Bad Genius, was released in 2017 and won record-breaking 12 category at Thailand Academy Award. Bad Genius was released in China and hit box office and in Japan to adapt in English language in 2023. The last one is One for the Road, is the latest film which he worked with a critically acclaimed director Wong Kar-wai. This is a picture of both of them, but the co-production sample that Mr. Banjong worked with Na Hong Jin and Bas Punpiriya worked with Wong Kar-wai. Other side of our two top directors, we have another kind of director like Navapon. Navapon Thamrong Ratanalit, after graduate, he worked as a scriptwriter and script consultant for both independent and mainstream feature film. He is also a film critic for film and cultural magazine. Although to him, there is no divide between mainstream and indie film. Navapon is well known to be a film director who makes his film mainstream, yet remain independent. His work has earned critical acclaim from its unique and eccentric style, winning many awards domestically and internationally. Chayanop Bunprakop, he is the director of Success, the Friend Zone #1 top box office of Thai film in many countries in Southeast Asia. Chayanop Bunprakop has directed short film called Success during his year in university. After he graduated, GDH invited him to develop Success into a feature film for the big screen. Chayanop's latest film is Friend Zone, which became a big hit domestically and internationally. Sopon Sakdapisit, the screenwriter of his, has been adapted into Hollywood film named Shutter. His first screenplay written for feature film Shutter became Thailand's highest gross box office hit in 2004 and one of the most successful horror films in Asia. In 2023, GDH have 4 projects that will be debuted for 4 directors. Pat and Narubet are young blood. They talent and skill and has been proved before when they direct a TV series, which can travel to many countries such as Bad Genius series and Told Sunsets About You. Especially both of them got big fans from Chinese audience. That's something that we are very proud to present today. Though we have our own plan to go to the next step, but we open to new opportunities to go together and interesting in co-production. I believe that the new thing can happen in 4 factors: fresh, idea, professional, control, and communication. And many new things can create new era of all of us. Thank you.
네, 송풀.
Thank you very much, Mr. Songpul Wangkanji. He shared with us how GDH 559 is becoming a creative hub. Next, I would like to invite over Mr. Mutab Chumlat. The title of his presentation is Next Step, Media to Create Sustainable Society in Thailand. Mr. Amokpa Chumlat studied BBA in Marketing at Assumption University and Management in Marketing, MBA program at Thammasat University in Bangkok. He joined an advertising company and also a retail group, The Mall, and finally in 1988 founded Next Step Company. He's going to now talk to us about Next Step, Media to Create Sustainable Society in Thailand.
Honored to be here to this event, and thanks for invitation from IBCC. At the Next Step, we have a belief which might be different from others. We aiming to using the content, especially the documentary, to help improving the Thai well-being. So we believe on human equalities, equal in terms of people have to have equal in terms of the education, equal in terms of having the knowledge, getting the knowledge and getting the experience for themselves. Either they are born rich or poor, they should have the same opportunity. The brain is important for them. I mean, everyone born with the same size of the brain, but the information that put it in is important for them. We are the private sector that works quite like a social enterprise company, not the government organizations. So what we create in Thailand to help supporting the government is to build the new platform via satellites, which is DTH, direct to home, that are available for everyone. The content that we provide is not just ordinary content that you can see in the terrestrial TV, but will be more on documentary that help building the information to their brain from each particular section of age group from 0 to 4, 5 to 8, 9 to 12, and 13 to 18. We have channels, documentary channel dedicated for them. Not only the children that we aiming to, but we also aiming to the concept of lifelong learning for the whole country, for the whole families. So not only the children, but teenagers, adults, and seniors will be enjoy this knowledge, but in presenting in terms of entertainment. This we believe that will create a new ecosystem. Either you're living in urban area or rural area, if you have a chance to consume this content, then you will be able to have knowledge and develop yourself. So the people who live in urban area or rural area will have the same knowledge and be able to develop themselves. So the way we deliver content, yes, of course, we need to develop, broadcast to urban area, rural area, and the whole countries. Have to be equal in getting the information. That's why we use DTS satellite to covering throughout Thailand. Besides the digital terrestrial TV that we have to provide to the audience, we also have education channels, which is done by the King Foundations. But also, we have our own unique 14 channels, mainly documentaries. Each documentary will be fit in with each age group, okay? And most of them are international content from abroad, but there are a few different few channels that we produce ourselves. like one of the channels called ของดีประเทศไทย or Good Stuff of Thailand. We have all about histories, cultures, lifestyles of local people, produced in half an hour or 1 hour, depends, and provided to nationwide people. That's one channel. Another channel will try to maintain our unique culture, Thai cultures. We have Thai folk arts and dance on performance on stage from the local to put it on the channels. That's the two one. The last one that we would like to do local, but not at this time. Kid channels. We provide Next Kid, which is a program for kids from around the world. But in the future, we are planning to do it within Thailand as well. That's what we have done during the past 8 years, trying to have an alternative, an option for Thai people, Thai families, especially children. But by doing that, we believe that creating the economy in Thailand, we probably need to cooperate with the world. So we introduced a new channel, 24 hours in English language, called Thainess, and broadcast it on satellite as well. It's meant to be a global market to broadcast around the world. But the first phase, we aiming to Asia Pacific first. If Thai Airways can be famous around the world, can introduce the Thai cultures to the world, we will be a media, follow them, but providing the information about Thailand makes it right, providing the amazing experience from Thailand to the world. This is our trailer.
Next step, 34 years company. With the concept of learning society for people. The original idea is to help improving the well-being for Thai people, using TV as a tool to improve knowledge. From branded block on free terrestrial TV, to the creation of Good TV, a satellite DTH platform, covering throughout Thailand. Today, we expand to Thainess and English language, 24 hours, Thai lifestyle and variety channel, to showcase the uniqueness of Thailand. With cooperation of satellite broadcaster AsiaSat to bring Thainess to the world. Thainess will take you on a journey, experience the stories of Thailand's diverse cultures. Meet people, culture, traditions, Thai food, and see the beautiful nature of Thailand, including Thai entertainment, Thai pop music, live festivals, sport with different selling points, like no one else. Thainess will focus on audience, 25 years plus, from all over the world, who enjoy seeing the unseen, looking for the amazing experiences and unique cultural diversity of Thailand. Thainess will bring the pride of Thai people and nation to the eyes of the world, for people to know more about Thailand, in the different point of view. Thainess, amazing experience from Thailand to the world.
This channel was launched last year in November, and now in process of entering, trying to coordinate with the local in Asia Pacific. This is some of our trailer.
Ancient craftsmanship, inherited from generation to generation, from folk wisdom to beauty and uniqueness. No matter how beautiful it is, It will probably fade away with time if we still do not see the value of that thing. Reveal a secret of Siamese bold. Friday night on Thai Mess.
ควายถือว่าเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของครอบครัวถ้าขาดควายไปก็ครอบครัวก็จะไม่เป็นสุข
It's amazing that amazing and
Buffalo. Friends of Thai farmer. Beautiful. Aggressive. It was become a great tradition. The only one in the world. Run Buffalo race. Friday 18th on Thai Ness.
We also have a program that distribute through the agents in UK and broadcast on BBC, Discovery, Nat Geo as well.
A hidden secret. A rare vast forest and living creatures indicate the opulence of nature. A journey over the horizon, from the north all the way down to the south. From the apex of the mountain to the glory of Thailand's coast. A collection of historical cities and ancient castles from all over the land of Siam. From the state-of-the-art urbanized capital to the small self-sufficient communities where the traditional way of life is still cherished. Culture and life of different ethnicities, places, stories. Nature's creation and human craftsmanship. An exclusive documentary from an experienced filmmaker. Discover the wonders of a kingdom from a distinct point of view. In Thailand from above.
So that's our work. Next step is the private sector, not the government. We have a mission that we would like to make a better society for all. We believe that human is equal, no matter your nationality it is. If we can combine and join as one, then we will better improve life of everyone in the whole global, the whole world. Thank you so much for having us here.
네, 암원파
Thank you very much for your presentation. You talked about your company next step and the media for a sustainable society in Thailand. Thank you very much. Next, marketing supervisor of the content acquisition of Amarin Television, Ms. Natakan Acharya Praksin, will be up on the stage. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Before joining Amarin Television, she was responsible for content distribution at GMM Channel, and she's currently responsible for content acquisition, content distribution, and content partnership at Amarin TV. The title of her presentation is Opportunities in Content by Amarin Television, Thailand. Let me now hand the microphone over to Ms. Amarin Acharya Paksin. I'm now working as content acquisition and content distribution in American Television Thailand. Before I getting started into the key topic, I would like to introduce everyone about American Television Thailand. Okay. Since 2014, American Television started working as digital terrestrial in television in Thailand. American Television is now in number 6 in terms of monthly average rating in Thailand, and we have almost 10 million viewers per day. Most of them are live in Bangkok and urban, and most are half of them are male and half are female. Okay. American Television has been creating various programs including news, dramas, factual entertainment, light entertainment, and sport. The most popular program called Tuk Tok Khao, a daily primetime news show that records the highest rating in long format news category. Please have a look at our video presentation.
Amarin Tiwi
ข่าวอรุณอมรินทร์ข่าวเช้าอารมณ์ดีอัปเดตข่าวสารเช้าวันใหม่อย่างสดใสทันโลกทันเหตุการณ์พบกันทุกวันตลอดสัปดาห์กับผู้ประกาศข่าวมืออาชีพข่าวเที่ยงอมรินทร์ถึงก่อนสดกว่าครบทุกสถานการณ์สำคัญทุกโต๊ะข่าวประสบการณ์ถึงความเข้มข้นยิ่งถึงพูดความจริงในสิ่งที่ใครไม่กล้าพูดA-Pop Today ข่าวร้อนบันเทิงแซ่บสิ่งที่คุณจะได้เจอสิ่งที่ได้เห็นนะครับคือความเท่แรงบันดาลใจและความงามมีครบครันกับบ้านและสวนทาง Amarin Twin HD ช่อง 34 ครบเครื่องทุกเรื่องงานช่างภายในบ้านกับห้องเต้ที่บาร์และน้ำทิพย์
เรียบร้อยแล้วเนี่ยพอขาดไปปุ๊บมันก็จะเรียบในขณะเดียวกันมันก็จะโผล่ด้วยรูเดียวมันก็แบบไม่โผล่อากาศ
ช่องประจำบ้านทุกวันเสาร์เวลา 10 นาฬิกา
ใครหิวใครชอบกินต้องเปิดดูชีพจรลงพุง
อร่อยมากเรื่องเด็ดเอตโลวาไรตี้ครบรสทั้งชีข้าวความอร่อยร้านเด็ดร้านเล็กอร่อยโตบอกเล่าภูมิปัญญาและเรื่องราวใกล้ตัวน่ารู้ที่มีมาให้ดูกันแบบเพลินๆหรือจะเป็นสินค้าชุมชนสินค้าคุณภาพจากทั่วประเทศติดตามได้ในเรื่องเด็ดเอตโลทุกวันจันทร์และวันอังคารเวลา 18:20 นาที
ตัวนี้ใหญ่มากนะครับ
เม็ดข้างในเขานี่จะไม่เหมือนถั่วพวกมิโซะหรืออะไรอย่างนี้นะคะสวยมากคือถ้าไม่มากับชาวบ้านนี่ก็จะไม่รู้เลยนะคะว่ามีน้ำตกแบบนี้ด้วยเที่ยวกันแบบถิ่นๆได้กินอาหารพื้นบ้านอร่อยๆของทะเลสดมากเที่ยวให้สุขสนุกชื่นใจไปพร้อมๆกันในชื่นใจไทยแลนด์
ความลับแห่งเอเชีย
กัปตันนั้นยังหาแหล่งปลาชุกชุมไม่ได้เลยค่ะ
โอเคพร้อมนะทุกคนตั้งใจให้ดีเกาลัดนี่เป็นอาหารเช้าได้ดีครับเห็นตรงนั้นไหมครับตรงนี้4 ต้นเลย
คนท่านเท่
ถึงแม้แขนขาจะค่อยๆอ่อนแรงแต่ก็ต้องทำงานให้เสร็จ
ถ้าไม่เอาตัวที่ตายออกเนี่ยตัวอื่นๆมันก็จะตาย
วันหนึ่งต้องนั่งทำงานแบบนี้กี่ชั่วโมงครับเนี่ยไม่ใช่ใครก็ทำได้นะครับอันตรายมากอันตรายนะครับ
หลังจากที่พวกเรากินหมูกระทะร่วมสาบานกันแล้วเรา3 คนจะกลับมาเป็นเพื่อนรักกันเหมือนเดิมมีสุขร่วมเสพมีทุกข์ร่วมสู้
พ่อขอถามตรงๆนะระหว่างคุณตะวันกับเวหาเนี่ยลูกชอบใครกันแน่กูชอบนิทานแล้วมึงมาบอกกูทำไมล่ะ
ที่แกห่วงแต่ความรู้สึกว่าตะวันจะรู้สึกยังไงอะแล้วแกเคยคิดบ้างไหมว่าฉันจะรู้สึกยังไง
มึงเป็นเพื่อนกูมึงจะโก
กทำไมวะ
คุณคิดว่าคนเราเนี่ยกลัวอะไรมากกว่ากันระหว่างความจนกับความตาย
ก็พ่อไม่อยากรู้เลยเหรอครับว่าชีวิตของผม ต้องการอะไรบ้าง
ไม่จำเป็น เพราะแกมีหน้าที่ทำตามที่ฉันสั่งเท่านั้น
ฟ้าทานตะวันทุกวันเสาร์อาทิตย์เวลา 21:30 น. ทางอมรินทร์ทีวี HD ช่อง 34
อมรินทร์ทีวี
As you have seen in video presentation, we have morning news, midday news, primetime news show. Majority of our audience are people who interest in current issue, not only variety or entertainment they would like to watch, but also information and knowledge they would like to watch. That's why we expand into factual entertainment. We see this an opportunity to put the right content in the right media. A popular program of us called the Local Flavor or Tam Ampheu Jaan, an award-winning factual entertainment that guide an excited journey to find special ingredient with local people. Traditional lifestyle and cuisine are compelling as always. The success in Thai factual entertainment drive us to explore this type of content in international level. We continue working with many TV broadcaster and producer in many countries. And one of the best partner is the Korean that encourage us to be the hub of factual entertainment. And nowadays, content are not for only the audience in origin country. It for the bigger scale, it can be the great opportunity to communicate culture and distinctive flavor or the attractive traveling into the whole world. Amarin Drama has also been traveling to many countries in Asia, and for the next year, we ready for South Africa. And that's all about Amarin Television. Every moment is opportunity in content. And as the Thai representative, I believe in Thai potential, not only the protagonist, producer or director, but also people behind the scene that dedicated to drive the growth of this business. And all of us are delighted to have collaboration with you all. Thank you for having me.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You talked about the reality where the global audience are becoming your audience as well, which is an opportunity for international co-production. Next, as the last speaker of the Country of Honor session, I would like to invite Professor Chung Wan-sik from the Korean University of Hankuk.
The title of his presentation is Trends in Cultural Exchange Between Korea and Thailand and Future Challenges. Please help me welcome Professor Chung. Professor Chung received his master's degree in Thai language from the Graduate School of and also received his PhD in linguistics from the Graduate School of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies in 2000. And he also served as director of the Center for Southeast Asian Studies and the Dean of Faculty of Interpretation and Translation, also the president of the Korean Association of Thai Studies. Hello everyone, I'm from the Thai Interpretation and Translation Department of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I'm Professor Chung. Because time is short, I'm going to summarize my presentation. Thai and South Korea started their relations beginning from the Ayutthaya Kingdom of Thailand, that's Goryeo period, and early Joseon period in Korea. So there is a record that says that there was a delegation sent from Goryeo Kingdom to Ayutthaya Kingdom. Ever since then, no record is found between the two countries. However, some tangible exchanges started to take place when Thailand actually sent troops to South Korea during the Korean War. Afterwards, Korea achieved a lot of economic developments, And in the late 1960s, Korea and Thai's GNP, rather, Korea's GNP started to exceed that of Thailand. And at the end of the 1970s, Korea's GNP per capita reached 2.79 times that of Thailand. And in the mid-1980s, Korea increasingly had interest in Thailand's investment in tourism. And recently, because before the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of Thailand tourists visiting Korea surged from 140,000 to 500,000. And we have 1.8 million Korean tourists visited Thailand. We have about 20,000 Koreans living in Thailand, and we also have about 40,000 Thai workers in Korea. But recently, we also have 150,000 unregistered migrants from Thailand working in Korea. Now I'd like to focus on the Korean War. About 8,000 or so soldiers were dispatched by Thailand during the Korean War. And the total mandate would be 15,708 soldiers. And 136 lost their lives, and 469 of them suffered injury. In the Pocheon-gun, Gyeonggi-do province in South Korea, Korea established a war memorial to commemorate their devotion. And in Chonburi province, Thailand, a war memorial hall was established. During the former President Lee Myung-bak's administration, you can see that the president actually paid a visit to that war memorial. The significance of Thailand's participation in the Korean War. I think that the Korean War actually helped us to officially begin the exchanges between the two countries, and Korean culture was exported to Thailand. And one good example is the movie Arirang. It is a love story between a Korean single woman and a Thai military officer who participated in the Korean War. And in 1956, a Korean music, Sound of Reeling from Korea, was composed. And that was also shared with Thai audience. And in 1980s, the movie Arirang was produced. And also in 1997, TV drama Arirang was also produced and broadcast in Thailand. And this shed new light on the image of Korea in Thailand. So here you can see the poster of the movie Arirang. Here you have the military officer Pong Pan-dae and also the Korean women, Ok-bun. Another event took place in 1965. Hyundai Heavy Industries built a road, a highway in Thailand. Hyundai Engineering and Construction, for the first time amongst the Korean companies, won the bid and built this highway in Thailand. And today, the road is now called Tanong Kaoli, which is a Korean road. And they say that even if they drive at 100 kilometers per hour, they wouldn't spill any drop of water from the glass in their cars. That's how well the road is established by Hyundai Engineering Construction. So here you can see some pictures from back then. You can see former Korean President Lee Myung-bak working when he was with Hyundai. I think that after Thai's participation in the Korean War, we were able to build a friendly relations between the two countries. And on the major issues, Thailand has been sending consistent support to the South Korean government. Also, the Sietakipobyang, which is a self-sufficient economic development effort, was also inspired by Korea's Semaul movement. Next, I would like to move on and talk about Korea's democratic movement. So if you look at Korea and Thai, we started off with military relations, but today I think that it's more of a cultural relationship. you can see that early 20th century Korean content were imported to Thailand, and to questions what Thais thought about as K-wave, you can see that K-pop came in first, and followed by fashion, drama, and Korean food. And if you look at Korean cultural contents that Thais have many opportunities to experience, you can see that beauty is number one, followed by music, drama, and Korean food. And in Thailand, if you look at the Korean cultural contents that are actually consumed, you can see that movie is number one, followed by beauty and drama. So obviously, I believe that in order to further promote and expand Korean wave in Thailand, there are many elements that are required. First of all, we need more interactive cultural exchanges. I think that by doing so, we can further promote Korean wave in Thailand. Also, recently we see a lot of K-movies and K-drama, and OTT platforms are used to experience K-dramas and movies. So when producing such cultural content, I think that not just for Korean audience, we have to take into consideration global audience, including Thai audience as well. And co-production, remake, and co-investment opportunities must be sought out so that we can further expand K-content on the global stage. Perhaps sometimes we need to make some tweakings so that Korean content can appeal to the Thai audience, and vice versa. In Thailand, the influence of Korean wave has been very powerful, and I believe that it had a significant influence in the Thai society. For example, hairstyles of Korean idols and singers are getting really popular amongst Thai youth, and also through dramas, Korean food is being shared with the Thai audience. And that helped to enhance the images of Korean companies and Korean products, and that actually led to higher sales of Korean products in Thailand. Another thing that is noteworthy is that a lot of Thai people have long names because they use Sanskrit or Thai language, and for that reason they also use nicknames, shorter nicknames for everyday life. And lately we see a lot of Thai people using Korean style nicknames. And I believe that this is also one of the influence of the popularity of Korean wave. In the past, about 100,000 people visited Korea from Thailand, but that number increased to 500K. And if you look at the image of Korea amongst the Thai people, you can say that 80% or so Thais have positive image. The reasons are cited here: economically advanced country, likable country, a country participating in social contribution for the world. And 72% also said Korea is a country that is friendly to Thailand, and Korea is a partner, not a competitor, and Korea is a cultural powerhouse. So you can see that these are some of the positive images that Thais have towards Korea. Now, moving on. How long-lasting is the Korean wave going to be in Thailand? About 27.8% said that it's going to last at least 1 or 2 years, and 24% answer that it's going to last at least 3 to 4 years. And 19.2% of Thais said that the Korean wave is going to be long-lived, up to 5 to 9 years. Now, the question is, how are we going to extend the lifespan of Korean wave? Well, I think that we first and foremost need to remove the factors that hinder Thai likings of Korean cultural content. Number one thing would be related to Korean language. Many people believe in Thailand that Korean language is difficult to learn. So therefore, I think that we need to provide good quality subtitles in Thai. And we also need to develop various subjects or content and genre beyond uniformity. When we talk about the Thai people, some say that they feel they're quite fecal, and therefore I think that taking that into consideration, we need to further develop our K content to better customize to the Thai audience. Here you see Prime Minister of Thai, Prautsa, and he said that people are obsessed with Korea and its celebrities and travel to Korea. And this is a kind of warning to Thai people. He says that people who go to Korea listen to K-pop and eat Korean food, but do not eat Thai food. Are they really Thai? So this is the quote from the Thai Prime Minister. But if you think about the movie that I cited earlier, Arirang, that military officer after the Korean War returns to his home country, and he tells his parents that he fell in love with a Korean lady and seeks approval. And the parents actually says no for two reasons. Number one, Korea is a very dangerous country because of the Korean War. And second, Korea is a very poor country. Now, that was a perception toward Korea back then. However, in just 70 years, Korea is now economically advanced, and Korea is now considered amongst Thais as a cultural powerhouse. And many are into Korean content. So what do we need to do in order to keep that going? I think that the Korean wave in Thailand need to be sustained. And I think that we also need to better understand the Thai audience so that we can extend the longevity of the Korean wave in the country. So that was the message that I wanted to share with the audience here today. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 정환승 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang. You talked about the cultural exchanges between the two countries, how the two countries developed over the years, and what are needed to sustain the longevity of the relation. IBCC 2022 morning session is now coming to an end now. We approaching the lunchtime. For the VIP luncheon, please move to the boardroom and
네, 다시
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Shin Ji-ye, and I'll be walking you through the afternoon session of IBCC 2022. In session number 1 and session number 2, we will address certain topics. We will have session moderators, and you will be given 1 hour per session. Afterwards, we will have session 3-1, 2, and 3. In session number 3-1, we're going to talk about international broadcasting co-production awardees. And in session number 3-2, we're going to have a first roundtable on the challenges and promotion of international broadcasting co-production, which will be followed by session number 3-3. Afterwards, we're going to have a lucky draw, so please stay with us till the very end. All right, let's begin session number 1. The topic is what can we create together? Theme, story, subject, and format. Allow me to introduce to you the moderator as well as the presenters. Once their names are called, please welcome them with a big hand. First of all, we have Professor Yaran Kim from the School of Media and Communications of Kangwon University. Next, we have Professor Ki-soo Park from the Department of Cultural Contents of Hanyang University. General Manager Jung Hee-do of Media Strategy Team of Jeonju TV. Finally, we have Executive Producer Yoichiro Takashi from ABU Japan. Welcome. So we have 4 presenters and 1 moderator for session number 1. Allow me to introduce to you our moderator, Yaran Kim. Professor Kim graduated from Goldsmith College in London, University of the UK. She received her PhD on communications. She's been studying digital media, storytelling, and media and gender. And she has graciously accepted to moderate this session. You have the floor. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor and pleasure of mine to meet you all here today. In this session number 1, we will be addressing the topic of what can we create together? theme, story, subject, and format. So this is a very fundamental question, and I believe that we have some interesting presenters, and allow me to introduce to you one by one the presenters. First of all, the first presentation is going to be delivered by Professor Ki-Soo Park from Hanyang University. Professor Park is currently serving as the professor in the Department of Culture, Contents, and College of London and Culture. He is the dean. Also, for Control Contents Strategy Research Institute, he is the head. Professor Park is or has been researching storytelling in Korea, and he also heads numerous positions at numerous organizations here in Korea, and throughout his 30 plus years of experience, he has also launched many successful stories. Next is General Manager Chung Hee-do from Jeonju TV. From Media Strategy Team, he is serving as the team leader, and when it comes to international co-production and advertising, he has a lot of experience in TV and entertainment, barrier and stadium. Together with them, he has a lot of experience of co-production. Third, we have from ABU Japan, Children Department, Drama Department, we have executive producer Yoichi Takahashi. At NHK, he worked in the documentary and drama division, and also when it comes to films and movies, he has received numerous awards. TCS August received many international recognitions. Fishes in August, that is, and currently, starting from 2015, he has been with ABU, serving as the executive producer for Children Drama Division. Now, without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Park Ki-soo. The title of his presentation is Open Sharing of Participatory Experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Park.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Park Ki-soo from Hanyang University. I've been studying storytelling for a long time. And from the perspective of the storytelling, I would like to shed light on the co-production. I'm not given much time, so I would like to make my presentation clear and short. I think we have to first look into the purpose of the co-production. It is to have the broadcaster, production companies, and investors coming together to maximize the production distribution capability by combining their comparative advantage capabilities. This is the purpose of having a co-production, but we have to also think about the influential party to this co-production. It's the user or the audience or the viewers. I like to use the expression group of people participating in this content. I think their power has become more influential and powerful, so we have to think about their roles in this co-production perspective. So we are going to think about how we can reconcile the universality or the uniqueness of the contents, and we have to think about the commonness or the universality. There are some. The most representative one would be the happiness, the sorrow, the challenges, and the victory. All these four different feelings are reflected in the works of the production, and also the events that generally happen in your lifetime. Third is the religion or the cultural aspect of the audience. More recently, as can be seen in the Squid Game, the class or the understanding, conflict, and the response are also some of the topics that can be related to or relevant to the general public. Disparity, the ethnic discrimination or the social justice. These are some of the universal themes that can be found in the production works. Some of the elements that are usually found in the difference is the uniqueness, the historic difference, a religious difference, and ethnic differences, or the interests of the people from their social class sometimes are very different. More recently, if you ask the younger generation, they see that the contents that was enjoyed in the past were very different from what they are enjoying now. I think that this conference is very meaningful in that sense. We are seeing a very rapid change in the media environment with the OTT platform at the head. We are seeing drastic changes in the media environment. The YouTuber and individual content creators have become very important in playing the role as producers of the contents. So what are the primary creators and who are the secondary creators have become very meaningless debate. We have to find a way to grow together in this fast-changing market. And we have to also think about the international exchanges, because the borders between the territories and countries have become meaningless. The barrier has become lower, which promotes stronger cooperation. We'll move on to the next slide. Can anyone help me with the slide? To the next page, please. Can anyone from the staff come up and help me move on to the next slide?
오케이, 알겠습니다. 컨텐츠는
You can see the contents are up against a fierce global competition. The Seinfeld was a very popular drama series about 29 years ago. It's still very popular. Last year, in particular, made about 100 million license fee. Friendship is also a classic that is still very popular. So even 30 years after the certain contents were produced and broadcast and released into the market, they are still very much enjoyed by the audience. The terrestrial TV, they had exclusive ownership to certain contents, so they were limited to airing the contents in certain period of time. But with more players coming into the media distribution and OTT platform becoming stronger, the competition has become even fiercer. The creativity or the originality of the contents, of course, is important. When it was made, where it was made, have no longer become meaningless. The fact that whether I would like this content or not have become important. The 19 years old content still can be very refreshing and new if you never had the opportunity of enjoying the contents before. So what's most important here is the curation, and of course in the second part, whether these contents can be planned strategically so that it is a more readily introduced to the general public and the wider audience. So the users or the viewers audience, their prior experience have become important, and their prior record and the halo effect have become very important to guarantee the reliability of the contents. In other words, not only the creator but the users of the contents, because their time have become very important assets. They have become very critical in choosing what contents to use. They no longer wish to see new contents, but they want a more reliable and saved content. And because of that, the users and creators of the contents both alike tend to look into the strategy as to how to sustain the preference. How I am going to extend the enjoyment of the contents that I like the most have become important. So the origin of the production has become less important. So we are seeing a weakened loyalty to the place of the production. And the core of the enjoyment have become the focus of the users. I would now look into the case of the co-production in the broadcasting program. There are some co-production programs that I'd like to introduce to you today. For example, Chang Dong-gun's Back to the Books. There are many elements that are found in the co-production. There isn't any definition that defines certain contents as co-production. We have to look into the practicality and the productivity of the co-production. Back in 2020, when there was a stronger collaboration in the animation, in the TV co-production, I think it was around 2001, excuse me. The Madhouse of Japan and Shonen Entertainment of Korea came together to produce Top Blade. It was in the form of co-production. And they were combining their finance and the production capability, and they wanted to learn a lot. The scenario was written by the Japan producers. The Korean producers would produce episode 4, 5, 6. So it helped them, the Korean producers, really bring up their capability by cooperating with the Japanese partner. So this was one way to improve the production capability of the producer. So this is an example where co-production can become a good example of improving the production capability. The cast, the Korean will be cast or hired by the Korean team, and the Japanese cast or the talents will be hired from the Japanese producers, and they will come together to make a one integrated and consistent content. If you look at the media environment now, as you may well know, there's a rapid change in the media environment. There are continuous interaction between the contents and the formats. I think that the platform through which we enjoy the contents have underwent a great change. The device has changed. The format, the running time has undergone very different changes. And we are seeing a rise of the fandom economy. The half of the revenue of the Hive is from the Weavers. So fandom economy has become very strong in recent years. So you have to focus on this element as well. And the business, the boundaries among different content business have become blurry. So you have to think about these four things and see if the production of the past is still valid in the current media environment. We are seeing recent changes in the Korean drama storytelling. There are elements that are quite different from the one in the past. If you look at the characters or the storylines, we are seeing a drastic changes in the popular drama. For example, The Extraordinary Attorney Woo, the hit this year, is very unique and different from the drama that are usually very popular in Korea. It has an element of a hero movie, and there's also a romantic element in this movie, and also the family secret of the main character. So we are seeing a hybrid of many different genres of the drama to make it more interesting and appealing to the wider audience. Although it is a legal drama, it's not only about the legal case. In every episode, the characters in the drama tends to resolve one legal case. It's of course an interesting element in the storyline, but it's not that dominates the whole story. It's a way to show the character of the cast in the movie. I think it's because we're seeing a stark conflict in the reality, and we don't want to see that in the dramas. So I think more and more we are seeing less of conflict in the dramas that we usually enjoy, and the other elements or the feelings or emotions are taking up the feelings generally shared in the humanities. And if you look at the graphic wise, there are computer graphic techniques where the whales certainly come up in the movie scene, the drama scenes that makes it more interesting. And we are seeing a increased attention toward a originality or the original story in the series. These are the list of other notable recent Korean dramas. You can see they're quite different from the genre that were popular in the past. And they all are based on the original story. They were adapted to other drama series. They all have the element of hybrid, and still they have different themes and materials in the genre. What we focus most in the IP, how to secure and utilize the IP. Naver, Kakao, in recent years have tried very much to secure the original IP. If you look at the Naver webtoon, there were products that were used to induce new subscriber to their platform, but it has become one of the major source of their revenue. So there are many attempts to leverage these original contents from these giant internet platform so that the stories can be widely enjoyed. So they are focusing on finding a original IP which can be well received in the wider market. So how to secure and utilize the IP have become important, in particular in the co-production. I think this is a topic that merits attention and interest. Co-producer, investors, they are important, but in the storytelling perspective, the distinction between them have become less important. If original IP have become more important, we have to look into the IP that are globally protected. So Naver, Kakao, and the securing their IP is important. So the starting point of the co-production may be in the effort in finding what are the IP that are exclusively owned by certain distributors and players. So one of the business model after securing the original IP is the transmedia storytelling. Transmedia storytelling has been introduced in the academia in 2006. It was introduced to Korea market from 2008. From 2010, we saw attention and interest in the transmedia getting lower, but we are seeing a new form of transmedia globally taking place. So we have to look into the types of transmedia that have been introduced in the market nowadays, multiple media and the platforms. And the story words are being expanded as a way to make the story more strategic. So there are different. We are seeing different definition of the transmedia storytelling. There are many papers on the success of the transmedia on the BTS universe and also the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Not only does mega players, we also have the no script entertainment like Hang Out With You, have their own story world and the secondary character. So how best you can utilize the secondary character is one of the success factor. Also, Baek Jong-won or the chef, he has a unique power in having the power to lead by himself the whole story around himself. And I think that we now have season 7 or 8 new journey to the West. It started in the internet world, but the media has expanded to cover the TV and media and the OTT. It is based on the travel, tourism, and also they have their second characters that are shown in the new journey to the West. They also combine the element of the game. It is an open format, drawing more audience into this program. So these are just the part of the examples in the transmedia storytelling in the webtoon or the transmedia world are one of the things that many players are focusing on to expand their universe. So for the open sharing of participatory experience in the contents, the key words will be the participation and the sharing. The users of the contents nowadays are not satisfied with just watching or listening to the contents. They want to get involved in this production or the enjoyment. So they want to participate in the whole process. So the audition programs are one of the typical example of engaging audience or the users of the contents. So they take part in actually getting the star selected at the wannabe idol to be selected to a team, and they want to relieve this experience by watching the program or the contents that they were involved. So the key elements of this sharing participatory experience is to have a unique story. You need to have a story that is unique to one certain group. Rather than focusing on the universality, you have to focus on the uniqueness of the story or the universe or the world. So there are three factors. You have to have the unique story. Second, you have to have the element of enjoyment that can be shared in the universe or the world, and there should be a convergence with the new element of joy. The world or the universe should be shared among the users of the contents. The financial benefits are not enough to define whether the contents are successful or not. It has to be sustained so that the source of the revenue can also be sustained. So once again, there should be a unique story, and it should be combined with the new elements of enjoyment, and it should be shared in a universe. So we have to break away from a rigid perception of the storytelling, pay attention more to the storytelling, And we have to openly search for the originality and also the connectivity and expandability of the co-production. What is important here is not to just follow the production methodology in the Hollywood, where they focus more on the universality. We can take pride in trying to deliver a message that are unique to our culture or history. It should be able to also combine with the universality, so it can resonate well with the wider audience in the world. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. Next, I would like to invite over General Manager Chung Hee-do from Jeonju TV. The title of his presentation is Overseas Co-Production Cases and Strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Chun.
예, 감사합니다. 네, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Chung Hee-do, General Manager of Jeonju TV. It's a great honor and pleasure of mine to address such a big audience here today. So I'm very happy to be here, but at the same time, very nervous. I will be talking about overseas co-production. In my case, back in 2013, I started global co-production, and including the one that I'm working on, I have altogether 6 programs that we co-produced. So first, I would like to introduce to you our company, Jeonju TV, or in short, it's JTV. This is a TV broadcasting station airing TV programs for the city of Jeonju. The population here is about 2 million, so it's relatively a small city in Korea. And we also have news programs, drama, and entertainment programs. So it's a terrestrial program broadcasting channel. I'm a producer. And today I'm going to be talking about some of the global co-production cases that I was involved in. There can be many areas where co-production can take place. In my case, other than distribution, I worked with different partners to co-produce. For example, in 2013, I think that any Korean would remember this program with the theme of dolmen. We collaborated with Ireland's TG4 for this documentary. Ireland, for your information, is an island country, and it does also have a unique prehistoric culture and megalithic culture. I was also amazed to learn a lot about Ireland. We saw eye to eye that this monolithic culture of the two countries would be unique for many audience. Because it was our very first co-production, yes, it is important to bring in profits for the broadcasting station, but because it was our very first project, I think that it was not financially a successful project, but I think that it was in a sense very meaningful because it was our very first project. Island's producers visited the city of Jeonju, where our broadcasting station is located in, for this co-production project. There are many lessons that I learned through this experience. When we do co-production, I think that trust is number one priority for any social relationship. I think that without trust, it's really difficult to pull off co-production. And this lesson is still very relevant today. No matter how tight and good your networking is, I don't think that if you don't have that trust, at the core foundation, you cannot really succeed in co-production. And in 2014, I worked on a second project for co-production. In the UK, there is a area called Wales. And from the UK, the Great Britain, not only the Great Britain, but also Wales sent troops during the Korean War. And Wales actually sent the second largest troops from the UK during the Korean War. So we decided to produce together with our UK partner a program called Memories of Wales. So we filmed most of our program in Wales. In the process of production, yes, there were trials and errors. The cultures were different, and the filming, the production, the editing practices were very different between the two countries. But I think that within the larger framework of co-production, we were able to narrow down our differences and close our gaps. And we also had another co-production on Protestantism. So there were 2 episodes as part of the program Memories of Wales. One was on the Korean War, and second was on Robert German Thomas, who was part of the missionary spreading and bringing Protestantism to Joseon Dynasty. So directors of the 2 countries and producers of both the countries came together, had discussions, and we were able to complete the co-production. And as I mentioned earlier, in the process, we encountered many differences. It was sometimes quite a bumpy road before we could arrive at a conclusion or a decision. So there were moments of difficulties, definitely. But so in 2015, we decided to have just one director leading the co-production project. The title of the co-production was The Truth of the Vietnam War. And one of the partners was the UK. You may wonder why, but war correspondent Philip Jones Griffith was actually from the UK. He was a war correspondent from BBC. So we used some of the films and pictures of him in our documentary. And we also talked about the victims of Orange Agent during the Vietnam War in our documentary. And in 2016, some of you who know the UK would better understand, but the UK is like a federation. So that's why they call it United Kingdom. So they have many public broadcasting stations, not only BBC, but for Wales and Scotland, they each have their own public broadcasting stations. And in Wales, there is S-Spot. And together, we had a 6-episode series, which we co-produced over a 2-year period. What's interesting, production is not led by the broadcasting station, but by the distributor. The broadcasting station would provide financial support. However, the actual production would be done by the production agencies. So it was very important to select the right production agency. So not just in Korea, but throughout the world, there are many mountains. For example, Himalayas and the Andes. So we filmed those mountains in our documentary, in our series, and we've also included a well-known Korean mountain, which is Jiri Mountain. So the theme of that program was Mountain and Life. The staff members, the film and crew, for Korean location, we had Korean staff members mobilized. From the UK, we have presenter, we have producers, and together they worked with the Korean staff for this. And when the filming was being done in the UK, we also had our producer working in the UK with the staff members from the UK. When it comes to editing, however, Wales, they have their own language other than English. So Wales would have their own language. So the co-production had 3 different languages. So we had 3 different versions for our series, and that led to a high cost. 2018 and 2021, we also had co-production programs entitled Wall and also Stadium. And today, I am actually working on a co-production project on the climate change. The theme is Blue Gold. We're focusing on water, and together with BBC Scotland and SPOC of Wales and Chijipur of Ireland are working with us for this co-production project. I know that time is limited, so allow me to move on. I think that distribution is important. Once you have a program produced and you have to distribute it, you shouldn't stop at just production. You have to distribute the program to a greater audience. For the UK, we have Cineplex as a distributor. And in Korea, we had Jeonju TV broadcasting station doing the distribution. And we actually was responsible for distributing the program to Asian countries, of course, using SNS or YouTube. We also can air our program. And also, when it comes to distribution, what's important is the ratio. Of course, the production companies work with distributors, and in my case, about 40 to 50% of the program cost is funded by distributor, and that's about 200 to 300 million Korean won. And for that, in exchange for that funding, later on, the distributors would take profits. And before I close, I would like to share with you my prospect on co-production. Because of COVID-19, I think that many complain how global co-productions have become tough. But I would have to say otherwise, because COVID-19 made it difficult for transporter travels. I think that whether it's Ireland, the UK, or Wales, we have a lot of producers and also broadcasting stations there. And if they play their part and fulfill their responsibilities, then I think that because they're experts in local culture, it's, I think, more effective and efficient for them to do the filming and production. And when it comes to editing, the technology is so well advanced that wherever you are, I think that you can use those technologies to edit, and after editing, you can share ideas and opinions, and then complete the program. So for global content, I think that in order to further promote, we need to work on the global co-production. I welcome the opportunities, and when it comes to manpower and resources, co-production allows us to share those resources, and in that sense, we can save our production costs and also enhance the level of completeness when we do co-production. And finally, I'd like to end with this. So for co-production, what do we need to do? So this is the question that I constantly ask myself. As I mentioned earlier, I think that when it comes to co-production, I think that trust amongst the partners is critical. Without that, I don't think that we can have a successful co-production experience. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. As the third speaker, I'd like to invite the executive producer Yoichiro Takahashi from the ABU. He's going to talk about his experience of co-production at the ABU.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for IBCC for kind invitation on me. And I'm very honored to introduce our very, very small project about children and drama project. And firstly, do you know this project? Anyone who knows this project? Nobody? Okay. So I'll guide the small introduction of this project. It's been 18 years since this ABU launched a project to produce a drama for children. And I'm in charge of overseeing the series as its executive producer. The theme of the series is a very simple. It is the mental growth of children. However, there is no need to think about this theme too seriously, because we are aiming to create a drama that children can enjoy watching as one form of fiction without being dogmatic. There are three basic rules, and very simple rules. One, the duration must be 15 minutes, and just like my speech and duration time. And two, the child actors should not be over 10 years old. This may be a bad news for those who like a romantic drama, like a Korean audience, because unfortunately, children who appear in a drama are not yet old enough to suffer love sickness. Third, it's the most important, dialogues must be kept to a minimum. While most television dramas in the world today are centered around dialogues, but our drama series deliberately try not to rely on dialogues. It's not just about conveying meaning, but also about making people feel something, especially for the young children. Needless to say, pictures are very rich by nature, so one picture cannot be reduced to one simple meaning. I believe that when creators have faith in the richness of the pictures, each expression will directly resonate with children's sensibility. In the course of 18 years, the series have produced 165 dramas. Fortunately, we could continue this project even in this convenient situation via online. This year, 10 broadcasting organizations from the Asian region are taking part in this series. This photo is of an online meeting in April. I'm sure you are curious to find out some about dramas that are being created in Korea. Now, EBS and South Korea is every year joining our project. So let's take a look at one of them. This is a trailer of NHK Japan. There is a small introduction before the program, each program.
ココロです。ポンちゃんです。ようこそココロのお話へ。みんなにアジアの友達から素敵な物語が届いたよ。自分と違う境遇の友達にも優しくしようと思える物語。これ見ろよ。失礼でしょ。二度としないで。
電車バーリー。
ここに足を乗せて。じっとしててね。夢に向かって頑張ろうと背中を押してくれる物語。ねえ買って。
今日は我慢して帰ろう。もっとお手伝いを頑張ったらもっとお小遣いをあげるからそれを貯めたらいいんだよ。
ジェフリー、今いいとこなんだ。大切な友達を傷つけてしまった時、みんなはどうする？ミミ、行くぞ。時には自分自身の力で頑張ってみようと思える物語。
これどうするんだ？
ママがいつもやってるでしょ。
わからないよ。とにかく巻いてみよう。
仲良くなれない人はいる？一歩踏み出す勇気を与えてくれる物語。おばあちゃんちなんかもう絶対来ない。
ミノ、孫の手を直そうか。
やる。大切な友達のことをもっと考えたくなる物語。嘘ついたらハリセンボンの。指どうしたの？
怪我不運だったね。
自分のせいなんです。ねえ、しずくちゃん。私もあやとりやっていい？みんなはどのお話が見たい？放送は E テレで。見てねー。
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry, and there is no subtitles, only Japanese. But this experience you are watching this time is also the experience of the children audience. Children cannot realize the background culture and what is he saying, what is the country. There is Sri Lanka, Myanmar, or Malaysia, Korea, and Japan, Bhutan. But audience, if the audience, children audience did not know any cultural background, they will enjoy. It is a pure drama. It is very important for this project. So I'd like to point out that the EBS made a very, very great masterpiece last year. Mango is a penguin, not a whale. It's a very directed by the young director of EBS. And every year, we choose a Producer Choice Award by voting. And this drama is the best drama was last year. So I'd like to introduce one more this typical drama of this project. It's made in 2070s. This was a projected award made by CCTV China. The title is very hot. This is please watch first 2 minutes opening sequence. I'm sorry I cannot introduce all the drama, but probably you realize that there is no dialogues, and this drama has no dialogues at all. And one more important thing is the protagonist is not the people, the protagonist is the hut. So this hut moved to 5 or 6 people, boys. Next one is this, next one, next one, next one. And finally, go back to the people first in the opening sequence. It was a great circle of the people. It's a very unique drama. So children can realize and enjoy this drama without knowing any background problems or the dialogue problems. So I'd like to mention the process of this project. It takes 1 year to product this drama each year. So we have 2 meetings each year. Before COVID days, we have a face-to-face meeting in Asian countries. So, and we discuss the detail of the story and the script every year. And also we have a workshop because most of the participants were, some people have not experienced drum filmmaking. So we supported each other and to have the workshop on each organization. This is a workshop on the Thailand and the Maldives. And after the shooting, EP myself visited each countries and support the post-production, editing, final mix. So it's me, it's China, and Brunei, and Mongolia. So this is a fundamental style of the co-production, I believe. And after that, I'm hoping to the next stage, the more big scale dramas between organizations, not children drama, the ordinary live action drama. So I made 2 years ago with Thailand and NHK and 30 minutes drama. It's based on the Japanese literature and converted the Thailand culture, and I made one more good co-production. So I'm sorry, it's a very strict time, and I hope that this my experience help thinking what is important for co-production. And myself, this project is a small restaurant. For 1 year, we have think of the all the members together about the menu and how to cook and how to include the flavors and select the dishes or vegetables, meats. So after that, we together all the participants can have the importance of the process of the this drum making project. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 요이초.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takahashi. So far we've listened to 3 very interesting presentations. Professor Park talked about the changing transmedia environment and the importance of open sharing and participatory projects. And General Manager Chong talked about overseas co-production cases and strategies and how trust is important in global co-production. And finally, Executive Producer Takahashi talked about children's and kids program, and also shared his insights on future-oriented co-production trends. So that is it for all three presentations. Now we're going to open up the floor for a general discussion session. In this general discussion session, we will be addressing the topic of harmony of differences and sameness for creative storytelling in international broadcasting co-production. I believe that we have different cultures, different history, different traditions, and we have to come together despite all those differences for co-production. But lately, we have global media platform developments and also cutting-edge technological developments, which allowed us to better communicate with other partners. And through that, we can overcome our differences and share more common features and sameness. So in that sense, we're going to talk about differences and sameness and how they impact creative storytelling in international broadcasting co-production. Within the given time frame, we will try our best to wrap up the general discussion session. So I'm going to give 1 minute each to each presenter. Professor Park, you have the floor first.
I'm not sure if I can finish in 1 minute. As I said earlier in my presentation, the storytelling fundamentally tries to give order to the disorderly society and to have emotional attachment to it. In that sense, the sameness, I think, is related to the reliability of the story. If they can relate to the story, I think the sameness can be expanded without limit. But that alone will not suffice that. So we will have to have the differences in the process to define the orders and the changing society. So in this process, what can be the different element? I think it is it could be the difference between the countries or the culture. I don't think that's what we are looking for. Based on the sameness or the commonality, if we have the same platform, there's something that was previously not enjoyed but enjoyed now. So I think that there should be a shift of what we see as sameness and differences. If you look at YouTube or the one-person creator or the platform that caters to that, we are seeing the barriers coming down, crumbling down. So what would be the sameness or the difference in that case? We have to think about that, I think, and it's the high time that we think about that. And it's not going to be the differences or the barriers between nations or government or the culture. Thank you.
Mr. Chung?
매우 저한테는 어려운.
Well, the question is a very challenging one to answer, the differences in sameness. But if I may share my experience of co-production, well, I think that when we say different, yes, of course, we are from different countries and different regions. But I think that we are same in a sense that we want to create something similar. Especially if you look at Europe and Ireland and also the UK. I've actually worked with many partners there. Also, I do have experience of working with partners in France. And my experience tells me that we all share same concerns and same interest, especially nowadays. We have a lot of urge to address global warming. And we face, I think, similar daily challenges. So based on that commonness and sameness, if we can develop and share storytelling, then I think that we can have very finished co-production programs. Thank you.
네, 요이치로 프로듀서님 부탁드립니다.
Executive Producer Yoichiro. Hishi, please.
Children drama is just a little different from the original drama because the censorship of the children drama is a little more strict for other dramas. So to harmonize the differences is a very big program every time. So I'd like to tell the one episode, a small episode. In Japanese drama, there was a sequence, and a young girl, 6 years old, was waiting alone for her parents in her house at the evening time after coming back to Japan. It's a very, very natural landscape of daily life in Japan. But some South Asian countries pointed out it is very strange because it looks for their countries, the parents neglect the little girl. So we discussed how to change the sequence for acceptable for all the countries. So after the small minor changes, and because of the parents calling her, or some episodes to add addition, so we solved the problems. But every time, it is very difficult to revise such kind of difficulties. So, it is very important thing is most of the co-production is 2 or 3 countries make the one dramas, but for our project, about 10 or 11 or 12 countries gathered and adjust details. So it is more and more original style of the co-production, I believe.
Thank you. 네, 그래서 지금 세션
Yes, thank you very much. So in this session number 1, we addressed the topic, what can we create together, theme, story, subject, and format. And we also discussed differences and sameness for creative storytelling. So thank you very much for your valuable input and insight. Thank you very much, everyone. We would like to wrap up here.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much for all the 4 participants, the moderator, and the 3 speakers. Now you can go back to your seat. Thank you very much for your work. We talked about harmonizing the differences and the sameness for creative storytelling. We will wrap up the session 1 and move on to session 2. As I said earlier, we have many online participants joining us through the YouTube Kisti channel. We have many chats in the chatting room. I'd like to introduce one. So co-producing, combining the culture, and we need to find ways to engage more people. Participation, experience, sharing, I think it's a very good topic. And from the regional terrestrial meeting, it's happy to see that many regional broadcasting stations are also taking part in this global conference. I ask for your continuous support and interest. Now we'll move on to session 2 of the afternoon. The title is Who Can We Create Together With? Partners in the Newly Establishing Audiovisual Media Content Ecosystem. Now I would like to introduce the moderator and the panels. We have Professor Sejong Marina Choi of School of Media and Communication from the Korea University. Please welcome Professor Choi with a big hand. As a panelist, we have Kim Yong-jae, Deputy Director from the Global Content Business Team of SBS. And we have Vice President Ravis Vindaputis from the BEC Multimedia from Thailand. And we have speakers connecting us from online. Professor Choi earned her doctorate degrees in Michigan State University, and she is currently teaching new media and communications and advertisement in Korea University. Professor Choi is going to moderate this session for us.
최세정입니다. 제 이름이 발음.
Good afternoon. My name is Sejong Marina Choi. We are going to kick off the session 2, Who Can We Create Together With? For this session, we have 3 speakers and 2 panel discussions. I said we have 3 speakers, but you don't see 3 speakers on the stage, which I feel is unfortunate, but we have them invited through the online. We talked about what we can create together, but the second topic of the session is who can we create together? Broadcasting or co-production is something that we cannot do by ourselves alone. It is something that we work with the partners. So partner becomes very important in making a successful co-production. So it would be a very interesting topic for all of us. We have 3 speakers who will join us. The first speaker is Executive Director Lisa Clarkson from the Business Rights and Contents Optimization from CBC Canada. Lisa Clarkson has various experience. She is involved in various platform and contents in the international front in the contract area, and she has extensive experience. And one of the things that catches my eye is that she is very active in the area of ESG. So for the sustainability or the social responsibility of the CBC, she is involved in the green storytelling and many other works actively pursued under her leadership. Also, we have Amanda from Alibaba Youku Kids. She is responsible for international co-production and IP investment, and before joining Youku Kids, she worked at the CCTV, responsible for the IP co-production and acquisition. As the third speaker, we have Matthew Tristram, working at EBU, the world's largest union of public service broadcasters based in Geneva, Switzerland. EBU is responsible for networking and knowledge exchanges and co-production services for its member broadcasters. The 3 speakers weren't able to join us in person, but fortunately they agreed to leave a message through the recordings. So please stay with us. And on the scene, we have Deputy Director Kim Yong-jae from SBS. He has extensive experience globally in co-production. From 2018, SBS has developed multiple programs, and he established, founded a company focusing on the global production. He's now the CEO of the company, Formans East, and before that, he was responsible for producing many different programs, and he was also the co-CEO of the SBS Africa, and he had involved in many different programs in SBS. And since he has extensive experience. I feel like I don't have much time to introduce all. As the last speaker, we have Ziarit Vintarapushi, who is the Vice President of the International Business for BEC World. Excuse me if I couldn't pronounce your name properly. He is currently the Vice President of the BEC World. The BEC Multimedia is a subsidiary of the BEC World, and I visited the website Beyond Thailand. Was something that caught my eye. So this could show us the mission or the philosophy of the company. So not only in Thailand, it has contents being created for the wider audience. It has many different experiences. So I'm happy that we were able to invite him at this conference. Before joining BEC, he was responsible for distributing the contents at the GMM studio, and he was also responsible for the media distribution for the Walt Disney. Now, why don't I ask the video of the three speakers to be played before having a discussion with the panel list? First,
First, I would like to invite Executive Director Lisa Clarkson from Canada CBC. The title of her presentation is What CBC as Canada's public broadcaster looks for in a co-production partner, from creative alignment to business terms to sustainability priorities. So please help me welcome Ms. Clarkson through video.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lisa Clarkson, and I am the Executive Director of Business and Rights here at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, or CBC. I am coming to you from Toronto, Canada. I'm pleased to tell you that we don't have snow right now. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am here to talk to you about, from CBC's perspective, what makes a great co-production partner. And before I do that, I need to talk a little bit about what Canada is, so that you understand what CBC is here to do. So, by size, if you can believe it, Canada is the second largest country in the world. We have 6 time zones, and Canada spans the geography from the Pacific Ocean to the Arctic Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. Canada has a population of 37 million people, and 21.5% of that population immigrated here. In other words, 21.5% of that population was born in another country. So of that whole number, about 250,000 people are Koreans living here in Canada. So in terms of language, Canada has 2 official languages, French and English, as well as over 70 distinct Indigenous languages. If you take French and English and the Indigenous languages out of the mix, Korean is about the 10th most popular language for people living in Canada. And another thing to share is that if you look at the language that people speak in their homes, 1 in 4 people living in Canada speak a language other than French and English. So we've got a lot of languages happening in Canada. So we have a huge country, and we have many different languages and cultures and communities in Canada for CBC as the public broadcaster to serve. And CBC's mandate is to serve all of these people in all of these languages. So it's critical for us at CBC to be connected with Canadians where they live and across a range of services. So through our combined radio and television and digital stations, we have a presence in more than 60 communities across Canada. if you look at the English market, which is the aspect of CBC that I work with, 25% of our audiences are consuming our content on digital platforms. And that is platforms like CBC Gem, which is up there in the corner of the slide. That's our digital video service. That's platforms like CBC Listen, which is our audio digital service. And so a quarter of our audiences are listening and watching CBC content on those digital platforms. And we know, looking forward into the future, that that percentage will just increase over time. CBC has 5 strategic priorities, and they're up there on the screen. Those 5 priorities are, first, customized digital services like CBC Gem that I just mentioned. The idea is for those services to create personal and engaging experiences so that all Canadians across this big country are connected to one another. Our second priority is engaging with young or youth audiences to make sure that we've got content for our children and for our youth. The third strategic priority is to look at our local connections and make sure that we've got local and regional content that's relevant to people in their communities across Canada. Our fourth priority is to reflect contemporary Canada. And so we want content that showcases the range and the richness of Canada's diversity. We want content which celebrates different perspectives and also content which celebrates the things that bring us together. And then finally, really appropriate for the audiences here today, we want to take Canada to the world. And so we want to showcase Canadian creators, Canadian content, and we want that to be seen the world over, including in Korea. So to understand how you can be a great co-production partner to Canada and to CBC, it's really important to understand, where do we get our content? And so there's 3 different ways that we get our content for use on those CBC services, and that is we make the content ourselves and that we co-produce it with partners. That's where the great partnership idea comes in, and that we acquire content from others. And again, acquiring content is where we look to our partners to help us succeed. And so there are 3 different types of partners that we have. And it's obvious to say, but bears saying that original programming is expensive and it's only getting more and more expensive. So CBC has to have partners in order for us to bring Canadians the variety and new content that they've come to expect from us. And so we've got 3 different generally types of partners that partner with us for co-productions and for acquired content. That is other broadcasters like BBC and France Télévisions, distributors who help both finance and also get our content up on platforms around the world, E1, ITV, and streamers, Netflix being the one that's really the biggest global presence, but also other foreign streamer partners like Amazon Prime Video. So with that, against the backdrop of the country that CBC is serving, the platforms that we're serving the country on, and the types of partners that we aim to work with, that brings me to what are the top 5 things from our perspective that make for a phenomenally great co-production partner. So first, you have to ask, does a co-production with CBC or with Canada make sense for the story? In other words, the story has to naturally flow between the companies or the countries that are possible co-production partners. And a couple of examples, Kim's Convenience is a CBC show which has been exposed to Korean audiences. That's the story of immigrant Korean family that set up a convenience store in Toronto. And so that's a story which naturally flows between Korea and Canada. Another one is something which is more recent. It was just the Toronto Film Festival now and last week, and that is the feature film Rice Boy Sleeps. And that is a story of a child who was born in Korea with Korean parents and comes to Toronto and really is about the tension between those two clashes of cultures. Next slide, please. The second factor that's really important for us in a co-producing partner is that we've got similar creative priorities. You've seen that one of the defining features of Canada is that we're a multicultural and inclusive society. And so our partner also has to have that similar approach, especially when it comes to working with diverse and inclusive storytellers. So as the public broadcaster here in Canada, we want to reflect all of Canadians' perspectives in the stories that we tell and share. And we won't work with a partner that is only focused on one mainstream perspective. The third aspect of an exceptional co-production partner is a co-production partner with whom and the country with whom that we have a co-production treaty. In that way, what that allows CBC to do is that we can count the content which is created under the partnership as Canadian content, and that it will meet and go towards our Canadian regulatory requirements. And as you probably know, there is such a treaty between Canada and Korea. And if we don't have that sort of treaty, what happens is that we have to count it as foreign content, and we've got very strict limits on the amount of foreign content that we can show to Canadian audiences. So that is another aspect which is important to us as we look for and consider co-production partners. The fourth aspect, and some might think, oh, why didn't she put that up front? But it really is the fourth consideration, which is how much money is the partner bringing to the table? Co-productions require a lot of work from both of the co-production entities, particularly when they're outside of the country. And so we want to make sure that it's worth our while to partner. And we also want to make sure that the rights line up. In other words, that the co-producing country or partner doesn't require extensive rights in our domestic territory of Canada. That is what we at CBC are paying for. And I'm happy to tell you, if you look at CBC as a co-producing partner, we do make a great partner ourselves because we are a small population, but we do contribute significantly to the financing of the right pieces of original content. And our involvement also brings tax credits and other significant forms of financing into the content. And we don't generally want rights outside of Canada, the country that we're on the ground and representing. And so that really makes us quite an exceptional co-production partner as you're considering different partnerships. And then finally, something which is really important to our Earth and to our world, and that is a co-production partner that understands the importance of producing sustainably. The UN's scientific body has given us 6 years in order to turn around the way we do things, and we take that at CBC very seriously. We have shared our environmental strategy called Greening Our Story, and I want to show you that got released in June of 2021, about 15 months ago. And I want to show you a little video about what it is that we're trying to do on the environmental front.
It's our job at CBC Radio-Canada to report on what we as Canadians care about. Politics, culture, sports, entertainment. But there's a bigger picture, something Canadians care about even more, the environment. It's what all the rest of it hinges on. We wouldn't be here without forests, wildlife, and oceans. Stories on the environment often have a way of making us feel powerless and small. Who are we against a hurricane? Who are we against a wildfire? Who are we against a changing climate? We are more powerful than it seems. So we're not just going to report on the environment. We're going to take action and help preserve all the things we care about. We've looked at how we can do better and set some goals for 2026. And that's just the beginning. Our ultimate goal is carbon neutral. As we move towards zero, we will report on our progress. Keeping you informed is our job, after all.
And so hopefully that video gives you a bit of a sense about what we're trying to accomplish environmentally. Now, when it comes to content itself, there's really two things that I want to highlight. There's two aspects of that sustainability approach. One is to reflect the reality of climate change in all of our content, including the content that we support with partners. And that might be climate change in the foreground of content, such as some of our documentaries. You see some on the screen, Curb Your Carbon, which was narrated by the famous Canadian Ryan Reynolds, or Frick, I Love Nature. That might be our children's programming, Big Blue, or also might be climate change in the background of the content, reflecting climate change as a reality that our world has to face. So reusable bags in our drama, Run the Burbs, reusable water bottles in our drama, Pretty Hard Cases. So reflecting the reality of climate change is one aspect of how we see environmental sustainability showing up in our content. The second is the importance of producing in a sustainable way. And so we've adopted the Albert Carbon Calculator in a widespread way, and we are endeavoring in every way that we can think of to reduce our carbon footprint in the way that we produce and the way that we support content which is produced by ourselves and also by our partners. So with all of that, that's a little bit of an explanation of what we're looking for in a co-production partner. If you're looking to do content with CBC, there are 3 resources, and I've included the links in the presentation, which you can get from the conference. If you want to understand a bit more about creating in Canada, I've included the link to a series which CBC supports called One Stop Business Workshop, and you can learn about how to work with a broadcaster, a distributor, and all sorts of other aspects of producing content in Canada. If you want to pitch to CBC, I've included the link to our independent production portal, and there you'll see the submission guidelines and who to pitch to. And then finally, if you're looking to produce in a more sustainable way, please do click on the green production tab here in this presentation, and it will take you to the Business and Rights website where you can see all sorts of tools that we've collected from Canada and also internationally that will help you produce in a more sustainable way. Como su mira, I wish you a wonderful conference full of learning and growing. Thank you so much for having me and for allowing me to share my thoughts on what makes a great co-production partner. And I hope that you will consider choosing Canada and choosing CBC to be your co-production partner in the future.
네. 네, 첫 번째.
Thank you very much, Lisa Clarkson. You talked about 5 elements to becoming a successful co-production partner from the CBC perspective. And as I said earlier, CBS is very focused on the sustainability of our society, not only the contents, but in the process of co-production, I could see that the sustainability is valued very much. Now, next we are joined by Director Yoon Chang-sun Amanda from Alibaba Yukuku, China. Let's welcome her with a big hand.
Hello everybody. This is Yuan Chang-san from Alibaba Youku Kids channel. You can call me Amanda if it's easy to pronounce. I'm the Director of International Co-Production and IP Investment, responsible for the international co-production and IP investment. Before joining Youku, I worked for CCTV for the co-production and acquisition. As a planner producer, I had participated in production many well-known works, and also many in deep cooperation with major studios around the world, including the Lopen's Tale, Abbey Hector, Detroit, and the Rainbow Kingdom, Turbozone, and other influential works. So it's very glad to present Youku Kids to all of you. So pity I cannot be there in person to share all the experience and the information with you, in person. So Alibaba Group is one of the biggest group in China, and Youku is belong to Alibaba Group as a digital and entertainment part. So Youku Kids belong to Youku, and then we focus on the kids content for several years. So now I'd like to introduce our channel and the content we are looking for at this moment. So Youku Kids not only focus on the domestic content, or we also focus on the global, good content and also the partner. Here is all the partner we're working with in the past few years, including the Disney, Warner, BBC, Google, Speedmaster, also some Korean company. So that's our global partner present. Youku Kids is a leading screener mainstream video platform in China, and we have this double-edged strategy, which is healthy and happiness. So Youku Kids has served more than 130 million families. We have more than 10,000 programs. So throughout the children's industry, and then providing good content to kids and family in this region. So after 5 years development, we have more than 20 co-production projects, and our subscribers increased 51%. The revenue increased more than 3 times. So we consider the kids business is a good business all over the country. So we have 5 devices in this from our platforms. So the main 4 will be the smart TV and mobile, and we have an individual kids app, also the PC device. So as a premier content platforms, we have many well-known property will premiere their program on Youku. So I don't know the situation in Korean, but in China, the top property will be the Paw Patrol and Dora, My Little Pony, PJ Masks, also the Puppet Pig. There's I think everybody knows the Polly, so it's also very popular in China. So we believe content is the key. So our slogan is exploring the truth, kindness, and beauty of the world is our slogan. I'd like to share with all of you about our major content tracks, which is for your information to see in the future what kind of content gender that we can work together. The first one will be the animation. We like to providing the good environment and the support to the good quality, which is can continually to produce more seasons. So we have 4 top property, including the Zeligo and Lupin Style, and Ricky, Tina Tony, and another live action property. So the second one will be the live action. So we not only have animation, we still have our children icon to produce very rich series, and also the program to feed our content gender. And the third one will be the features. As we can see, the Super Wing, also the Juju Xia. I don't know this in Korean, but you can see there's a top property in China that we also invest for their features. So action, live action, animation, and features, there's 3 major content tracks for Youku. And beyond that, I like to share these 5 major genders of our content, which is, I think, will be very useful for all the partners to providing the good content to us and project for the, neither the co-production project or acquisition. So the first one will be the girls show. We have many, different kind of girls show from the preschool, also for the older kids, like 6 to 9, 9 to 12. So it's basically the magic, teamwork, also serve some, families or friendship elements. So the second gender will be the dinosaur. So as recently we found out, dinosaur is a very popular concept. So we receive many dinosaur projects which have different characters. So the dinosaur also very popular in China market. And the third gender will be action. So will be boys. Like the Power Rangers. For their to finish some missions together, and also there's a lot of transform during the show. And the fourth gender will be the comedy show. So normally the format will shorter, will be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and providing the show which is the children and the family can watch together. The fifth one will be the vehicle, so including the car, trees, also some dinosaur can combine with the vehicles. So all these 5 genders are our main gender for the content. For in the future we welcome this kind of project that we can work together. So here is some example of our co-production show. Looping style, we work with French company Zlam, and the Rainbow, the True and Rainbow Kingdom, we work with Guru, and Ricky Zoom with Ivan, Tina Tony with Ricky Group. So this also partial of our co-production project. We have more to release in the future. And here I would like to take a few minutes to give the showcase of how we can do the co-production together for this international project. So here is our very important show called Lopen Style. We work with the Slam studio in France. So we earn a lot of awards around the world, including some very influential work in China. So, and then also broadcast more than 30 countries worldwide. This content, we want to have some education meaning to the family and to the audience. So we welcome very good content, which can really explore the world of beauty and can have the very good education value for kids, not only for the commercial part, but we can combine the commercial part together with good content. So after our co-production work, except we broadcast the program on our platform and apply a lot of resource to broadcast and promote the show, we also do the merchandise and industrial development for the show. So before the show release, we already have several licensing partner and we invest our products for this property. So we have the bags, the toys, and together when the show broadcast, we start selling the products. Instead of after a few years, the show broadcast, then we start to think about the merchandise part. So also is a good example how we can buy good content and the merchandise together. So we want to, our business is just content plus industrialization, use Alibaba ecosystem to make the show very popular and also can earn this good income from the show. So probably is our situation of our channel and the work we are looking for. So here is my email address. After this short presentation, if you still have some questions or you have work to present, you can reach me out to this email address or from the organizer. So thank you very much for listening and wish you have a very great market.
Thank you very much. That was our second presentation. Obviously, the content targeted kids, and so I guess there are many things to take into consideration, like adult content. So I think that we were able to also learn about many case studies, and it was nice to see very cute characters. Now, moving on to our third presenter. From Switzerland, EBU, we have Head of Television, Mr. Matthew Trustrom. He's going to talk to us about co-production strategy of the European Broadcasting Union. So ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give a big hand and welcome Mr. Matthew.
Okay, I am very pleased to have Mr. Matthew Trustrom, Head of Television, EBU, here. Although he cannot make it to the conference in person, he made the effort, to be here with us, to share, the information regarding, the EBU. Thank you, very much, for being here with us.
Thank you, Marina, and let me say I'm very grateful and honored to have this opportunity to speak virtually to the delegates of the International Broadcasting Co-Production Conference. Now, I'm sorry not to be able to be with you and to listen to your sessions, but as I say, I'm grateful that I have this opportunity to share the news from my organization, the European Broadcasting Union.
All right, then let me ask you, the first question. I think, we'd like to know about, the union. So would you please introduce, the EBU, European Broadcasting Union, and when and for what purposes, was it, established, and what do you have as its major members?
Yes, the European Broadcasting Union was created in 1950. We've celebrated our 70th anniversary a couple of years ago. Currently, we have 112 members in 56 European countries, and there are also 31 associate members, of which KBS, the Korean Broadcasting System, is one in Asia. The purposes of the union were always to create a shared space for public service broadcasting organizations to collaborate, to share knowledge, to exchange best practice, and to co-produce. And early examples of co-production that came out of the European Broadcasting Union project include, of course, the Eurovision Song Contest, which is also a well-established co-production format and possibly one of the most complex co-productions in the global entertainment business. So EBU is very much about co-production, but it's also about sharing knowledge and creating, as I say, a shared space for public service broadcasters to collaborate.
Then we are very interested in the major services the EBU offers for co-production. You briefly mentioned that EBU provides just various services. So would you introduce the major services the EBU provides?
Yes, this came about as the result of an exercise more or less at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, when EBU had to very quickly find ways for its members to collaborate on content, new ways, because collaboration became increasingly important at a time when actually it was difficult to source content. So during that time, and as a result of increasing pressure that's perceived on content acquisition in Europe, and I think globally, EBU has launched a new framework for its members to collaborate in 3 different ways, which I would like to just share the details of with you. The first, what we call toolkit, is content exchange. And this is based on the principle that public service broadcasters in a lot of the EBU's member territories hold rights to content which they have commissioned or created themselves, which are not necessarily exploited. Some of the rights are globally available, but they're not put into commercial distribution because for various reasons, but in a lot of cases, that simply isn't part of the mandate of some public service broadcasters. So it's an exercise in efficiency and looking through the archives of our members and seeing which content can be shared on a non-commercial basis. It's an important point that this is a non-commercial exchange of TV content among the EBU public service broadcasting members. EBU is not a commercial distributor. EBU doesn't intend to enter into that space. There's a good, in Europe, there's a strong commercial sector that takes care of commercial distribution. This is really about efficiency and looking at content which is produced and owned by our members and is not currently available in commercial distribution. So we do an annual exercise that we call the EBU TV Program Exchange, which takes place in the first quarter of each year. And it does involve associate members as well. And members are asked to look through their catalogues for programs which they can share with other public service members, and simply through a process of selection by the acquisitions teams, those programs are put into distribution through the EBU. The second toolkit is called Eurovision co-productions, and this is a specific type of content collaboration. It's the word co-production, as you all know, is used differently in different territories, in different contexts. This is a specific type of collaboration which involves a degree of editorial collaboration between public service broadcasters. That means that they commit some finance, typically, but also an editorial input and normally some filming in their territory to one or a series of TV programs. Of course, the most famous example of this concept is the Eurovision Song Contest, which is produced centrally each year by one, what we call host broadcaster. But of course, all of the participating broadcasters, of which there are over 40, each have an editorial role and they have control over their artist's contribution, the song, the act, and within the framework that's specified, they can more or less be completely creative. And we apply that principle in other series as well, and other program genres. For example, for the last 4 years, EBU Public Service members have been collaborating on a natural history series, which is called Back from the Brink, which is about telling stories of positive change resulting from human intervention in conservation projects. We also have a number of children's TV formats where children greet each other from across different territories, sharing information about their culture, their favorite foods, their favorite pets, introducing their friends. And these series are very popular because they offer a sort of touristic window into other cultures. So this is Eurovision co-production. The third and the newest toolkit we've launched is called the EBU Collective Pre-Buy Network. And this is particularly important in the domain of fiction, where it's becoming difficult to reach and to acquire the type of global drama which is being bought by streaming platforms, global streaming platforms. So the Collective Pre-Buy Network is a way for EBU members to form collective bids to buy content together. And we've actually, next week we'll open the second, there are 2 rounds of this every year. Next week we'll open the second round. EBU members will be asked if they want to offer access to a series which they've got in development or they're considering acquiring, and bring in other EBU members. And then later on, after a process of selection, other EBU members will be able to make bids to join a collective acquisition on a specific title. And there are cases where we've applied this in the past. It works very well with sports rights through the EBU. So a lot of the EBU sports rights acquisitions are done through a process of collective acquisition. And major cultural events such as the annual concert from Vienna on New Year's Day every year, which I believe is broadcast in Korea as well, is a collective acquisition of EBU members as well. So we've applied this principle in other program genres for many years. What's new is that for the last 2 years, we've been applying it to TV drama series as well.
Right. So it looks like that, the union offers, diverse services, for co-production. How would you see the broadcast co-production in the future? What is your outlook on it? Maybe not in just Europe, because you have a lot of members internationally. Maybe you can think about, the global environment, for co-production.
I mean, absolutely. What we do see, and actually the EBU Media Intelligence Service have recently published a good report on this, which is available to EBU members and associate members, which does show obviously an increase in the amount of content transactions which take place across borders. So there will be a greater appetite, we believe, for international content on all platforms, public service and global streaming platforms and so on. And indeed, we've seen a lot of successful formats from countries like Korea being taken up and made into global successes by global streaming platforms. So we expect that trend to continue. With that comes a greater competition for the rights to series which have strong international potential. And so we as the EBU are doing what we can to create good opportunities for our members to access high-end drama particularly, and also factual programs.
You earlier, mentioned K content. Well, not the global rise of K content, or just the specifics of the K content. But I am curious about your view on K content. Maybe there are some possibilities and opportunities of collaboration between EBU and Korean partners. Although KBS is already its member. So what would be the good ways of collaboration between EBU and Korean partners, given the global rise of K content?
Absolutely. K content has been a huge success in obvious cases recently. And EBU members, I'm sure, would be very grateful to have an opportunity to explore collaboration with K content producers. An important principle in all of our co-production activities is that there's a selection or an introduction of any project made by one EBU member. EBU cannot assess projects which come directly from producers. We're not equipped to do that. We rely on our members to introduce programs, opportunities into our network. And so I would suggest that the best way for K-content producers to present their content to EBU members is via KBS as an associate member of the EBU who can and would be encouraged to bring Korean content to the EBU members for consideration for collective acquisition or other types of pre-buy.
Okay, thank you very much, for all of the great answers you're providing today. Is there anything you want to add, or you want to share?
No, let me just say that co-production is a complex topic. Everyone has a different view, interpretation of what co-production is. We see that it's becoming more complex with new. Every new player that comes into the co-production space. And so I believe that this conference is based around a co-production framework which has been existing for a number of years. This is something which is of great interest to the EBU. We also see a need for some standardization in best practice around co-production. And there's a lot of work going on in Europe to establish what the best practice is, and indeed a legal framework for defining co-production in European law is something which we're interested in as well. So I do believe that there's a strong possibility for collaboration on co-production, both in specific projects, but also in terms of how we actually organize the co-production frameworks and workflow. And I'd be very interested to hear from delegates at the IBCC if they have any ideas to share on how we can take this forward.
Thank you very much, for your time. I believe, you will be interested in, what, other participants of IBCC, will share, and I think, you will just, you will be able to attend, the conference in the future in person, and we'll just, hope to, meet you, there. Yeah. Thank you so much, for your, interview again.
I hope so too, and thank you very much, Marina, for the.
네, 좀 포맷이.
Thank you very much. We had different format because it was done in an interview structure. Rather than a unilateral presentation, he wanted to have the session more interactive. Because I was wearing a mask, you might not have been aware that it was me on the screen. I carried out this interview when I was confined into my room because of coming down with the COVID. EBU has a lot of member broadcasters, so it has a very well-structured system for co-production. Now, we would invite the two discussants who have been waiting on the stage, but we don't have much time. We are way behind schedule, so I will I'm sorry to tell you that we won't be able to give you much time. In this session, we are talking about who we can create together with the partners in the newly establishing audiovisual media content ecosystem. So there are big digital transformation and the barrier between industries are coming down. So we are seeing a great synergy effect in this industry. So the traditional meaning of co-production was coming together with the broadcasters and the producers. They were the two main players, but now we are seeing many more players coming into this ecosystem for more co-production opportunity. Netflix will come up easily on your mind, but other players are also in the system. Netflix can be opportunity for making your product known as a distributor, but also as a co-production partner when it is produced, distributed, and consumed and invested, you can partner with new partners. So what partners can we work together, and through which way should we cooperate with these new partners? So I will give you just a few minutes for each discussion, 3 minutes at maximum. First to Deputy Director Yong-jae Kim. Good afternoon. I am Yong-jae Kim, Deputy Director from SBS, responsible for the global contents and also for the global show. And also, I'm also the CEO of the Format East. For the first time, I made a co-production team at SBS in 2014. But the definition of co-production was quite different then. Now we have more players like Netflix. But I have different idea. When I jumped into the co-production, it wasn't to remake the new format. It wasn't a big revenue. From the broadcaster point of view, we focus on the drama and the entertainment show, the killer contents to bring in money for the station and channel. So documentaries, the news program were not a major focus of our broadcasting station then. When I wanted to make inroads into other country, it took 3 to 4 years for market research. In 2014, when I was working with the entertainment show, it brought in a lot of money and revenue back then. If it was distributed to a larger audience, it would have been a killer show. But there are limits to how much we can gain in the revenue. But if we do the co-production, then we could have earned 36 billion won. That was why co-production was important then, and I still believe that it's one of the reasons why co-production is important, because you can distribute your contents to a greater market. Other participants also mentioned this. When engaging in co-production, you first have to think about the language barrier, and the confidence or the trust that should be built among the stakeholders, and there needs to be a strong partner in the local market. That way you can bring up the chance of making a success contents, making a killer contents, which will guarantee you the profits and revenues. There are pros and cons to the co-production. Netflix and other OTT players, when they co-produce with the Korean producers, they don't really focus on the sustainability of the content. So we have to think about that before we jump into the co-production. Whichever the case, whoever you partner with, you have to understand the culture. When the culture comes in, seeps into the market, there tends to be a resistance. So you have to be very savvy, and you have to smoothly merge with the culture of the destination country. K-contents, although it is popular now, then it's not going to be sustained if we don't make a corresponding effort. My program then was very popular in the Southeast Asia market. The buyer would come to us to buy the license, but that's not the case now. I was the first generation to co-produce our program at our station. But now they are gaining more money. In that sense, when we are considering co-production, you have to have a newer perspective with Discovery Plus and Warner Brothers. So when they're confined, I had an opportunity to have a conversation with them. And Netflix, we believe, is going to change your business model because they have to think about how they're going to recoup their investment. You're not going to have a continuous stream of good, high quality contents like Squid Game. So when you're considering co-production, you have to study the country and the culture of the destination country for at least 3 years. So this is the feeling that I get from the field and on the actual scene. So the creation, production, distribution, I think some of the situations are different.
Thank you very much. You indeed have a lot of experience, so I think that you were able to share with us some vivid insight.
Share your opinion, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Silawit Wintanapisut. I'm taking care of international business as a vice president of BEC World. So to be clear on the co-production, which I'm going to share about this within the perspective of the broadcaster. So for the broadcaster, that we have done a lot of content previously in the past. We have created on our own. Now today, we know that the co-production is now in the market for a period of time. So we would like to be clear, as Mr. Matthew said, that the different the different view of the co-production in the meaning of everyone might be different. For me too, so we have done a lot of co-production in the past, but we don't really know that is a co-production. So we did a lot of license and distribute the content internationally for the global in streaming platform. So, and we have already done a bit of content which have a collaborate with other party. Like currently we have an experience to create some content which is a format content. We license the format content, and actually this is counted as the co-production or not. This is the example. So we had done like the World of Marriage format content from BBC to create our own content. And so we have created with partner, and this is a co-production which we can distribute to Netflix or global platform as well. So if we talk about who going to be like the right partner, so the right partner can classify into three part of them, which is broadcaster itself, or the platform direct, or maybe like a production company or the studio itself, even the investor. So, and most important thing, we have to be clear on the objective of the project that we have going to pursue to do the co-production together. So it should be clear on the deals. Of course, the co-production for a private company like us, we need to recoup the financial model and the monetization of it afterwards. So as the podcaster perspective, we need to create one content to utilize for our platform and to distribute, to recoup for other party internationally. So we need to be clear with partner to do the co-production with us together. And the good thing is we can share and we can take the experience and expertise from the partner. So even nowadays we have a lot of people and new player, and I'm going to count ourselves to be a new player as well in the market for the co-production. So we need to take and share the experience and expertise for each other, and we need to take and share the trustful together. And so the bottom line of the co-production, we have to say that we have to survive, and we cannot think that it's going to be like one content for our platform. We have to think about, we have to make a paradigm shift from the broadcaster perspective to be like a content entertainment business purely, means that we will think about the distribution, we will think about how to monetize, how to make an extra money for the co-production with partner. So we have to be clear. As everyone say, we need the sustainability of the business of the co-production, not just only one-off project and gone. So we have to be clear. We have to understand for each other. And it would be good if we can have like experience in the future with some of the partner here, maybe. So you could share your experience. We can share our experience together, and we can work together in the future. And that's all for my sharing today. Thank you for having me on the stage.
Thank you. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your comments and inputs. Who can we create together with? We had 1 hour of session with 3 presentations and 2 discussions. Interchanging environment and ecosystem, there are many things that we need to consider, but what's most important is the mutual understanding and mutual trust to sustain the business and relation. For that, we need more active exchanges and networking, and I hope that IBCC could contribute to that end. I would like to once again ask your support and thanks to the 3 speakers and to discussants. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sejong Choi. With that, we would conclude session 2 and we will begin the next session at 3:30. A short announcement. On your desk, we have a little survey, a poll. I ask you to please fill that out and return that to the registering desk, or if you leave that on the table, we will make sure to collect it afterwards. We will meet you again at 3:30 for the next session. Thank you.
네, 이제 시작하도록.
We will begin the session 3. As I said earlier, we have 3 parts to the session 3. We will begin the first part of session 3. This morning, we had an award ceremony for the 2022 IBCC Best Program, Second Place and Third Place Program. In this session, we will have the honor of inviting the 3 awardees for presentation. First, from Dr. Chung Hyun-soo, the best program winner. Let's welcome Dr. Chung Hyun-soo with a warm round of applause. Dr. Chung Hyun-suk is an executive producer at Korea Educational Broadcasting System since joining EBS in 1987. She devoted herself to international co-production of educational contents. As the second speaker, we have the second place winner, Mr. Kim Jin-chul from Dofala. On the stage. So last presenter, the speaker, Ms. Nam Taek-jin from J Wonder. The third place winner. So we have the winner of the best program, the second place program, and the third place program. We will invite Dr. Chung Hyun-suk for her presentation.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm Chung Hyun-suk from EBS. I am the best program winner with my program Beast of Asia. I'm greatly honored for this opportunity. you will be able to tell the class of the society by looking at how you treat the children of your society. And this is the wordings of the President Nelson Mandela. And I would like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the Beast of Asia, this program. What was the background of co-producing this series or program? Globally, children know the Greek mythology. In Asia, we have many myths, but it's just deemed as the old folktale or the story. I wanted to find out the founding myth or the folktale, the story, so that they could really enjoy and really be proud of their cultural heritage and the history. So I produced a 25-minute running time program. I wanted to help Asian kids to take pride in their unique culture. So that was one of the primary purpose of making this program. It's a 20-minute long drama. It has a humorous touch to the program. And we have three story hunters in this story. Have you seen a talking beast? Beast is the opening dialogue in this story. So they look for the myth or the legend from different Asian countries in a cocoon. They share the story, and this is channel where they can share their story. Why don't we take an opportunity to share with you the program? So not long, short clip.
우리는 사람의 말을 하는 짐승을 찾고 있어.
왜 살면서 그런 경우 다 한 번씩 있지 않나?
I start sweating when I see a question.
네, 이렇게 해서 저희가
So with 5 countries we work with, I'm sure a lot of us face challenges because of the COVID. We originally planned to have 6 partners, but because of the Myanmar incident, they wasn't able to participate. And I wanted to share with you some of the challenges we face in the co-production. Asia is a very diverse region with rich history and culture, but communication is difficult because each country have their own unique language. But the Cocoon has a new technology where everything will be naturally and automatically translated, but that's not the case in reality. If you look at the templates of the drama, many partners did not have experience in co-producing the drama for kids, and we weren't able to go to the scene for the co-production and making of the film. We had to make hundreds of the storyboards, send them, communicate with them, educate them to finally reach the outcome. I would like to show you the one from India.
ഏയ് നീ അല്ല
അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ തന്നെയല്ലേ നിന്റെ ക്യാരക്ടർ?
അല്ല നീയാണ് എന്റെ ക്യാരക്ടർ.
This is a story from India. Indian traditional music are played in the background to really highlight the cultural uniqueness of each country. Bhutan did not have any experience of making a drama, so the staff were talking behind the making scene, but they learned eventually what was needed in making the co-production, and post-production was handled by the Korean experts. So we were able to maintain the consistency throughout a different series in the program. This program had the honor of receiving the Equality Prize. I would like to show you the program made by Bhutan. So we wanted to respect the culture of our partner, and also we wanted to tell how we can coexist with the nature around us. So this big theme was delivered to the viewer of our countries, and I think that was well received by the overall audience and the viewers. How would you reinterpret the culture? Some would ask that question, but through continuous work and communication, and through the study and research, we come together to write the script and the storyboard. I think if we have the mutual respect for one another, the language barrier can be overcome. It's difficult to work with one country, but when more than two, here in this case 5 or 6, it's very challenging work, but based on the strong partnership and the trust, I think that we can overcome many of the challenges involved in the co-production. We wanted to deliver our unique myth, and we used the technique webtoon. I think it was also very well received. I'm very happy with the result. In the Chicago Children Film Festival and many other film festival, it was critically acclaimed, and 7 countries would come together for a second season, and it will be aired next month. I'm going to just show you the trailer for the season 2 before completing my presentation.
사람의 말을 하는 짐승이 있다는 얘기를 들은 적이 있다. 하지만 그게 나일 거라고는 생각도 못했었다. 내가 곰이라고? 너무 좋아! 안녕, 스토리헌터 소리야.
태호, 나는 민.
우리는 사람의 말을 하는 짐승을 찾고 있어.
왜 살면서 그런 경험 다 한 번씩 있지 않나?
짐승이 도움을 받는다거나, 짐승이 사람의 말을 한다거나,
사람이 짐승으로 변한다거나, 아니면 짐승이 사람으로 변한다거나.
안녕, 난 스토리헌터 은호야. 내가 이대사를 하는 날이 오다니. 너네 사람의 말을 하는 짐승을 본 적 있니? 왜 다들 살면서 그런 경험 한 번씩 있지 않아? 댓글을 한번 읽어볼게. 그런 경험 있다고? 나한테 도 알려줘.
그래서 끝으로 말씀드리고 싶은 것은
So, I hope that more quality programs could be brought to our children in Asia. I hope to build the Asian community to deliver quality content for our children. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. That was executive producer Chong from EBS. She talked about the best program, Beast of Asia. Next, we would like to invite over General Director Kim Jin-chul from Dofala. Mr. Kim Jin-chul has been producing animations for over 20 years, including Hello Carpet, Dino Powers, and Little Dinosaur Kwang. The Dino Powers that received the award today is being broadcast on China's top 5 animation channels and will be broadcast on 30 other children's channels on IPTV. He has established a local subsidiary in Jakarta, Indonesia, and is trying to advance into global market for Korean animation. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Jin-chul, General Director for Animation at Dofala. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank our Chinese partner, Iki, Mr. Ham Heng-yul, for his partnership and cooperation for developing wonderful toys with Dino Power characters. So today I'm going to introduce to you Dino Powers and the lessons that we have learned and experience that we have had while working with a Chinese partner. So the name of our company is Dofala. We have a sound and music team, and in-house we create music and animation. And I believe that Dofala well captures what we do. We have our headquarters in Seoul, Korea, and we also have our subsidiary in Jakarta, Indonesia. And as you can see from here, we have various characters for our animation programs. At our Seoul head office, we have 43 people, and in Indonesia, we have 36 or so animators. And PT Dofala is the name of the subsidiary in Indonesia, and we're using it as a footprint or gateway to enter the other ASEAN countries. Allow me to introduce to you our studio. Here you can see different posters that I have developed over the years, and if you look at Hello Carpet, it is one of the representative programs that I have developed and produced. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Choi Shin-gyu of Choi Rock Factory for giving me the opportunity to produce that animation. Today, Dino Powers is being aired via KBS, and as you can see from here, we are planning and also producing various animation. And together with our Chinese partner, Dino Powers was produced. Here we have 52 episodes, 11-minute long. The purpose for co-production was to share our extensive know-how on dinosaur animation and share that with our toy company in China to create different characters and develop toys to enter the Chinese market. And the toy animation success really depends on 3G. So together with our co-production partner, we also signed a contract to develop and produce 52 more episodes going forward. So we are going to continue to work with our Chinese partner. So I'd like to share with you at this point in time a short clip on our Dino Powers.
도전의 길을
So that was our Dino Powers. As you can see for yourselves, we've attended multiple international awards, and we received many acknowledgments from New York Best Trailer, and also New York Best Animation, and Singapore Best Animation. We received awards. I would like to share with you a brief synopsis. We have 4 characters, and using Dino Powers together with their robots, they are defeating monsters from parallel worlds. Here we have Kai. This is the main character, and he uses fire to defeat. And here we have another character. Her name is Panji, and she uses the power of Triceratops, and she uses electrical power in order to defeat. And this is Shant. He uses the power of Ankylosaurus. And here finally we have Toby. His name in Korean is Donghae, and he has the power of Brontosaurus, and he has the power of water to defeat enemies. So it's an animation, and we also have multiple toy products based on the characters here. As you can see here, we have dinosaur, we have vehicles, we have transforming robot, and finally we have combined robots in toys. Currently, we've started airing on KBS, and we also feature or air our program on different satellite channels, and we also sell our toys. We analyze our 5 generations and positioned our Dino Power characters in order to prevent attrition. We introduced strategic toys, and we've also expanded the ecosystem into the game world as well. And we are targeting mostly boys. We have robot vehicles, dinosaurs, and many other features that are loved by boys. So based on those features, we developed our animation. So our co-production partner is called Iki, located in Guangzhou, China. And together we collaborate on different fields. We are responsible for story and developing the animation, and for distribution in China, we have our Iki partner responsible, and for the rest of the world, we do the distribution. Next, I will move on and explain to you the experience that we had over the years when it comes to story development. We've targeted global market from the get-go. And if we have any certain languages from Korea or China in the animation, that would be less appealing. So we developed our own Dino Powers fonts in our animations. As you can see from here, the language that is used here is neither Korean nor Chinese. It's Dino Powers font. And also, when it comes to design phase, we share a lot of our experiences and know-hows with our Chinese partner. We thought that the character design initially proposed by a Chinese partner did not really suited the taste of our target audience, and therefore we constantly upgraded and through discussions, and this is how the character was evolved. And this is on the far right, the final version of our character. And in the process of modeling and mapping, we definitely had some difficulties because the guidelines in China and Korea for broadcasting is similar, but at the same time very different. So we sometimes had to do reproduction. In the case of China, the broadcasting guidelines are very strict. So here you see some characters that can be a bit intimidating. So for those characters, we had to redesign and reproduce befitting the Chinese guidelines. And here you can see at the bottom, skulls. This is an evil character in the animation, and the facial paint was considered to be too scary. And so, as you can see on the left-hand side, we had to redesign the character. And also the monster character that you see on the bottom. The skin texture was considered to be too disgusting, so we made it more translucent to befit the Chinese guidelines. It was inevitable that we do the designing, but we used the Unreal system, and we were able to go back and redesign and reproduce the Chinese version in a quick manner. Next, I would like to talk about rigging and animation. Our Chinese partner gave us the feedback, rather did not have the understanding that the toys need to have the same feature as the characters in the animation. So together, through various meetings, we were able to be on the same page. And we highlighted that the toys need to be identical with the characters in the animation, and eventually we were able to have high quality toys. So here, let's take a look at the data that we received from our Chinese partner.
뭐 이런 정보들을 받으면 저희가
So we would receive such a data from our Chinese partner, and based on that, we would add different designs to our animations. And when kids play with the toys, they can actually play with the toys just like they have seen in the animation. Render effect. For this particular project, we used the Unreal Engine for the first time, and it was very nice through Dino Powers. For the first time in TV series, we've introduced and tested Unreal Engine. Initially, we had some ups and downs and trial and errors. However, now we are pretty much accustomed to it. For metal texture and real-time effects, I think that Unreal Engine does help a lot. So I'd like to share with you how it works. Here, you can see that we are doing something close to rendering. We can realize a rendering-like effect. And just by simply dragging, you can confirm the effects. And when we add certain computer effects, you can see on a real-time basis how it can be visualized. So even though you're not a graphic expert, you can simply use the Unreal Engine to add those effects. Dino Powers, together with our Chinese partner, is doing co-marketing. The Chinese partner is focusing on the vast Chinese market, and our company uses the Indonesia office in order to reach out to other ASEAN countries. And we are promoting our animation as well as selling our toys. Dino Powers has TV, VOD, OTT services available, and we promote our toys, and we also develop YouTube content and mobile content, and by doing so we can also market our animation as well as our toys. So that's our business model. And here you can see the Dino Powers toys, the final completed images of our toys that we started selling a few months ago. And for our promotion, you can see that if you scan the side of the robot, you can also enjoy a promotional game that you can play with on your mobile phones. So these images can be recognized by using your cell phone, and you can use it in that mobile game as a character. And we do a lot of MD using our characters. So before I go, I'd like to share with you one last story. So as was mentioned by other speakers already, I think that K content is being appreciated by the global audience nowadays. And if I were to share my idea, I think that K animation is something that we need to further improve. So one thing I'd like to mention is that let's go Korean animation. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Jin-nan from the follow now. Taek Jin-nam, the CEO of J Wonder, has over 20 years of experience producing a documentary film. Since starting her own business, A Wonder, in 2018, she has been very active in co-producing with many domestic and overseas producers and expanded her horizon to new content media in short-form entertainments, web dramas, and others. Good afternoon. I'm Nam Taek-jin. I'm executive producer Taek-jin Nam. The story of Dream. We joined with the KDBF from Hawaii last year with the KCA support. We were able to get funding support. I wanted to introduce myself, but I don't feel that I need to explain myself anymore. I started producing documentary and I moved to broadcasting channel as independent producers. And throughout my experience, I focused a lot of my time in documentary. But since 2010, I worked more towards the entertainment and documentary. So the initial stage, I worked on the entertainment, and I established my own company, A Wonder, in 2018. And I wanted so much to do documentary and reality. I couldn't do all that. I wanted to just set up my own company, and I worked not only in documentary, I also worked on the VR gaming for the safety education. We also worked on producing dramas, not just the ordinary drama, but the multi-ending drama. Since we didn't have many experience in entertainment, we attempted to producing a short-form entertainment. So we have a lot of works in our companies to work with other foreign companies, producers. With KBS and TVN, we are collaborating with those stations to make more monies as well. This time, I would like to introduce to you our program. This is a story about the Korean immigrants. So if you go back at the beginning of the Korean immigrants, it goes back to 100 years ago. So I started my story with the 86 people on board a ship bound for Hawaii that began the first Korean immigrants. There were people called the picture brides who crossed the Pacific Ocean to get married to a Korean immigrants. Also, the second part of my story is on the desert farmers. So this is not only the story about the Korean immigrants. We are living in a globalized world, and there are many immigrants globally. So I think that this story can resonate with many overseas Korean immigrants and other immigrants.
Happened more than 100 years ago. A ship had just sailed into Honolulu Harbor. In the ship were about 100 Koreans who had come across the Pacific, hoping to find a new life here. After 1912, the women left Korea to come to Hawaii, just holding a photo of their future husband. They were called picture brides.
And she had a hard life because my father was already here working in the plantation when my mother came, and she was told that she was going to meet a nice man, but he was a man of drink, working in the fields.
Because it was a small cottage in Punch Bowl, as I mentioned. Very simple.
I can remember my mom at the time working for somebody's laundry at low pay.
Yes, their only hope was their children. As long as they could educate their sons and daughters well, they could persevere during the hard times at any sacrifice.
맨 처음에 왔을 적에는 진짜 이게 뭐야 그럴 정도로 아무것도 없었거든요. 사막이라서 이런 데서는 이제 나무가 자랄 수가 없잖아요.
말을 알아요, 글을 알아요. 참 진짜 암담하더라고.
절망이라는 게 말할 수 없이 컸는데 제가 이민 1세고 내가 쓰러지면 아이들도 다 휘청휘청할 거 아니에요.
미국 애들이 이런 거 맛보고서 너무 달고 깜짝 놀래죠. 처음 먹어본다고. 이거는 한국 배다.
내가 직접 개간해갖고 이게 30년을 이해가 나온 겁니다.
우리 부모님들은 진짜 좀 대단하셨다고 어떤 용기로 그렇게 가셨는지 참 궁금했었어요.
Do you remember my mom? Well, that she was a very courageous lady and she never gave up.
Their legacy is their family.
It's a story of bravery, of courage, of passion, of love of country, and a great desire to become better people and to live a better life.
네, 이 주제를 보시면
So if you look at the theme, it is not an unfamiliar theme or subject. My motive came from the movie or film Minari. Minari was critically acclaimed and well received in the US market, and I thought I could do better. I could make the story more vivid with a touch of the fact, with the relevant historic references. I wanted to produce a human documentary that are far more vivid than Minari, and I found a partner, a broadcasting station in Hawaii. The first generation of our Korean immigrants first landed in Hawaii. So our story is a documentary that is close to Minari, but with a realistic touch. In the beginning, you can see that this story deals with the universal theme. The current producer wanted to cover not only the Korean immigrants. We would have a Korean perspective. The American team, if they produce the film, they would have the eyes of the American perspective. So when we come together, we thought that we'll be able to strike the balance between the two. I think that was the purpose and that was the key success factor in producing our film. We talk about the success of the K-drama or the K-content, and I've been in this documentary film for the past 20 years, and I think that we have the capability of a very high quality documentaries. These are some of the achievements that were made through this co-production. The picture bride who crossed the Pacific with just one picture of their future husband. We were able to film Mary Zabo, 103 years old. She didn't want to be on the picture or on the recording. She refused in the beginning, but we were able to persuade her in participating in the making of this documentary. And she testified the story of the immigrants to Hawaii in 1903, and we were able to get the picture of the picture bride, Chan Yan-hee. She left with us 24 voices, recording tapes, and 7 notes, and we were able to use the all contents of her in the documentary. In addition to that, we collaborated with the KBFT TV, and it allowed us to get the very rare historical resources that were not easily attainable from our side. And we were able to also the KBFD also helped us contacting the descendants of the picture bride, and we were able to grow together and improve our capability further. And we were able to reach a wider audience because we had a American partner station, KBFD, and we were able to tell the story that we wanted to share with the wider audience. And thanks to those achievements, we are able to continue our relationship with the KBFD. We planned a new program on the storyteller in Korea. And a few days ago, we submitted this program to the Hawaii International Festival, and we will be presenting our documentary on the competitive category. And there and the effort from our side, and I have extensive experience, but our company is a very young company with only 4 years old. I ask for your continuous support and interest so that we can talk about more business opportunities going forward. I will give you my word that I will do more to improve the quality of our documentary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard the presentations from all three awardees. With that, if you would like to conclude session 3-1, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause, and I'd like to kindly ask the presenters to return to their seats. 2022 International Broadcasting Co-Production Awardee presentation is now completed. We had in the morning the awards session, and just now we were able to learn about from the actual awardees their co-production experiences. The best program award went to Beast of Asia, and the second place program was Dino Powers, and the third place program was The Story of Dream of Jay Wonder. Once again, congratulations to you all. So allow me to remind you that we have satisfaction survey for you. Please complete them so that next year we can come back with a better program. So please fill out the survey sheet, and you can leave it either on the desk, on the table, or you can give it to us at the reception desk. For those of you who have completed the survey sheet, you will be able to participate in the lucky draw and win a potentially Galaxy Watch. So I hope that you all will be able to join the lucky draw. Now, without further ado, let's move on to session number 3-2, and which will also be followed by session number 3-3. In session 3-2 and 3-3, we will have roundtable sessions. The first roundtable is going to discuss the challenges and promotion of international broadcasting co-production. Allow me to introduce to you our moderator and the discussants. When their names are introduced, ladies and gentlemen, please help me and give them a big hand. First of all, I'd like to introduce to you our moderator. Our moderator is Professor Yoon Kyung Chung from Media Communications Department of Soonchunhyang University. Next, we have panel discussants. First of all, we have Professor Dong-yeol Ro from the Department of Media Communications of Seongsin Women's University. Next, we have Executive Producer Jin-man Kim from MBC Digital Studio. Next, Mr. Kim Won-dong, CEO of Asia Home Entertainment. And finally, from Vietnam, we have Ng Nguyen Thi Hong Nong, Deputy Director of Vietnamese Culture TV Channel. All right, we have everyone for session number 3-2. Professor Chung is going to moderate. At Ewha Women's University, she received her PhD and format business, co-production, and also broadcasting policy is her expertise. Furthermore, She was the senior researcher at Korea Broadcasting Agency, and she also served on the Leaders Forum of the Ministry of Sports, Culture, and Tourism. She's going to moderate this first roundtable. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for that kind introduction. I am Yoon Kyung-chung. In this session, we're going to talk about the challenges and promotion of international broadcasting co-production. So, I would like to briefly introduce to you our co-panel discussants. We have Dong-yeol-lo, professor from Seongshin Women's University. The MC already introduced the panel discussant, so I'm going to briefly introduce them. So, Asia culture, and I believe that he has conducted a lot of extensive research on culture and media, and till 2006 he worked as a producer at KBS. Next we have Mr. Jin-man Kim from MBC Digital Studio. He's an executive producer there. As you all know, he was involved in many natural and environmental documentaries such as The Tears of Our Antarctic, Insects, Great Instinct, and Bear. Today, he is co-producing with world's leading broadcasters such as BBC, Discovery, RAI, and CCTV, and is currently working on Netflix original documentary. Next, we have Mr. Kim Won-dong, CEO of Asia Home Entertainment. Kim Won-dong is the producer of documentary film 22, which was introduced in 2018, and also feature film The Girl in a Tiny Room. And Kim Won-dong established Asia Home Entertainment. It's a Korea-China content lab, and he is responsible for distributing Chinese content and Korean content throughout Asia. He's also very active in co-production space. Finally, we have Eung Wang Thi Hong Nung, Deputy Director from the Vietnamese Culture TV channel. Miss Hong Nung has been working at the Vietnamese Culture TV channel for 17 years. She has expertise in business administration. And the Vietnamese Culture TV channel is a digital broadcasting station responsible for airing and distributing content to Vietnamese living overseas, and she's also very active in distributing Korean content in Vietnam. Again, the topic we'll be talking about will be two things. Time is limited, so we won't be able to discuss a lot. The first topic is, what are the main obstacles for international TV co-production? Earlier, I think that we discussed what we're going to create and with whom we're going to create. But despite that, I believe that when it comes to co-production, there can be some cultural values and economic potentials involved. Despite that potential, there are some obstacles to TV co-production which hinders greater development. So we are going to identify in the first roundtable the reasons why. So the experts who have joined here today are going to share their insights on such reasons. To save time, I would like to share with you the order of So Kim Jin-man and Kim Won-dong, tell us the experience that you have from this on-site, and I would like to give the third microphone to Ms. Eung Wang Thi Hong Nung, and then finally I will give the mic to Mr. Dong-yeol-lo. First, Mr. Kim Won-dong, you have the floor.
네, 반갑습니다. 아시아홈.
Thank you very much. I'm Kim Won-dong from Asia Home Entertainment. As was introduced, our company is based on China, and we distribute Chinese content to the Korean market. And you know the relations between the two. The relation has dipped recently, over the years. So the co-production between the two countries, I'm actually in the process of co-producing one work. The Tibetan kid meets with the Korean coach. He is recruited as a talent. He has a very strong arm. He has the potential to become a very good pitcher in the baseball. So I have been working in this project from 2015. So we cranked out early this year. So from the middle school to university students. So we followed the life story of this kid over almost close to 7 years old. And the Korean coach, the reason he went there was he wanted to also spread the words of God, to preach the words of God. So it's a very interesting story, I think. So when we submit this storyline and censored, we couldn't submit this application because of some sensitive issues involved. When talking about the Korea-China co-production, the censorship is the most challenging part. It's not only the censorship. Once you get through that pass, the version that was approved has to be first released and broadcast in China. If the reproduced and adapted version is released in other countries, you will completely lose your business opportunity in China. So there is a toxic cost that hinders you from releasing your contents or products overseas other than in China. So even if you succeed in getting your work approved by the Chinese government, you come across many other difficulties. If you wanted to show your program to the overseas, it's very difficult sometimes. And regarding the co-production, I also had opportunity of receiving a government support, but there are only few countries that we have a co-production agreement with, and we did not have a co-production agreement with China, so I had to work with the Singapore dealing with the refugees issues then. And the biggest challenge I faced then, and the thing that I wanted to request to the government agency is that the decision is made on May, and the production has to be completed by December. When it is a co-production, you have to find the subject that may interest the audience of the two countries. And 7-8 months is a very short period of time. You only can deal with a very timely issue. You cannot touch upon a deep issue, a fundamental issue. So I know because it is all about the budget that is linked to the financing government, I know that there are some limitations. But for the co-production projects, if we could have a longer time horizon, it'll be best for us to focus more on the job. I told you that my work took 7 years for me to complete, and if we can have a longer support period, we will be able to co-produce a program that is higher in quality and that could be better received by the audience of the both party. I made this comment 10 years ago, but I see that not much change has been made. So if we can have a longer support period, I think it will be very helpful. And for the countries that are not under the co-production agreement, it's more difficult to partner with those countries. So I want to once again ask the government to cooperate with other countries as well.
Thank you very much. You talked about the strict approval process in China and also the short time frame for co-production expected from government agencies as obstacles. Thank you very much. As our second topic, we're going to talk about the roles of major stakeholders and also the importance of agreement between countries. So why don't we focus on main obstacles for co-production. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Jin-man Kim. So as a director and also an AP, I would like to share with you my experience of co-production. Well, I think that it's very valuable experience, and I think that there is a lot of potential in co-production. I think that we can deal with various cultural topics, and we can also reach out to various audiences. And I think that if countries come together, we can also raise a lot of funds to support our co-production. Of course, COVID-19 was a big damper on the space. However, I think that because travel was restricted, a lot of countries started to co-produce more. I think that we had to delegate certain roles to our local partners, and that helped actually to have more experience and accumulate experience for the local producers. And the level of the staff actually was improved through that experience. And I think that all in all, it was a silver lining for co-production environment. We also cooperate with China, Canada and the UK for co-production. But as it was mentioned by Mr. Kim, we have KEC, NAPA, COCA that supports international co-production. They provide funding, and those fundings are really important. However, sometimes those can hinder co-production. So they provide support for co-production, and the money spent financing or keeping recording or accounting book, accounting reports, guidelines may be different. Sometimes it's difficult to get documentary evidence from our local partners, and the Korean agencies will not be able to have trust or confidence in the evidence that we provide, and that could lead to many issues. So I think that if there is more flexibility when it comes to spending the funds provided, it will be great. And instead of monitoring or instead of monitoring where we spend the funds, I think that the focus should be on the outcome. If the quality of the outcome is high, then there should be greater merit, and if the quality is low, then I think that there should be some penalties. That way, I think that we can help prevent any illegitimate fund use. And as was mentioned by Mr. Kim, we have a strict timeline that we have to follow. For some cases, we have to get all the relevant contracts in just 2 months period. So I hope that there can be more flexibility. If we can get contracts all year round, and if the government agencies can review them every quarter, and based on that allow us to apply for funding, then I think that we will be able to be more active in the co-production space and create quality content. Of course, however, funding is good, and it's very nice to have those financial funding. However, it would be really great if we can actually have that fund to increase really the quality content. Thank you.
Yes, I thought that COVID-19 gave us only the challenges, but I think that it was an opportunity for us to develop our co-production capability. And you also talked about the shortcomings of the support policies. The spending had to be disbursed unilaterally, and you asked to have more flexible system for the support system. Why don't we invite Deputy Director Eun T. Hyung to ask if they face the similar challenges and what are some of the obstacles to international co-production?
I'm Nhung from the Vietnamese Culture TV, and I'd like to thank you to give me the opportunity to share my few thoughts about the main obstacle for international TV co-production. For Vietnam, in recent years, the international cooperation in television program co-production at major press agencies such as Vietnam Television, VTV, Voice of Vietnam, VOV, has grown and made breakthrough. Since 2019, an agreement between the Vietnamese and Korean government on co-production of television program has been signed. And up to now, some popular Korean copyrighted entertainment programs are put on air in Vietnam. I can tell you about the King of Bread and the Show Me the Money, the program I Can See Your Voice. There are also some programs co-produced between Vietnam and Korea, like Delicious Drama Tour is a result of the cooperation between Leda Media from Vietnam and Formo DT Company from Korea. And there are also some educational programs on channel VTV7. It's a result of cooperation between Vietnam Television and Korean EBS. On the top of this, in addition, in recent years, Voice of Vietnam, VOV, and Cantella Media Group, Japan have closely coordinated to implement a project of cooperation of a program promoting Japanese tourism and culture. The reason is the program Run Gulliver, a reality TV show. However, in my opinion, the international cooperation in television program production, in particular, and the press in general in Vietnam is quite limited for many reasons. And obviously, the main obstacle can include the geographical distance. Moving between countries requires time, cost, visa, immigration, and working permits. Secondly is the language discrepancies. Due to the language barrier, the understanding of the cooperation needs between companies of different countries is limited. And even if the party have a desire to cooperate, language differences still cause great difficulty for the implementer. Thirdly, the procedures with governments of other countries are still quite complicated. It's difficult to get visa application, the work permits, and the cooperation projects approval. It all takes time and cost. And further is the problem of finances and costs. International cooperation projects need financial support from the government because the chance to call for funding is quite difficult. And finally, the difference in culture and preferences of different people groups leads to difficulty in choosing program format, difficulty in agreeing on content and expression. Above are some comments on the obstacle that if we could overcome, the international cooperation in television production can flourish. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Together with Korea, I believe that Vietnam has been very active in co-production and also together with Japan. Ms. Hong Noon talked about geographical distance, which hinders effective co-production, and also communication barriers, and also the difference in audience's taste and government approval process and time required for co-production were cited as obstacles. So I think that this is something that we all agree to. Finally, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Lo. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very much interested in co-production, and I think that since long time ago, we talked about co-production and its significance, whether it's global co-production or whether it's local co-production amongst Korean partners. I think that there are certain elements that we need to take into consideration. So I'd like to start off with those. More than anything else, if you look at programs like Beast of Asia, the content itself needs to satisfy the requirements for co-production. And you have to also take into consideration the market. We have many global OTT platforms. So if you have the content, right content, then you can access a global market. However, if there is if you have the right content, it can reach out to the global audience. And another element required is funding for the promotion of co-production. Now, if you look at the cases of Korea in the 80s and 90s, from other advanced countries in the West, the ideas, formats were brought in, and a lot of co-productions were focused on mimicking and copying the formats from other advanced countries. So that was it for co-production in the 80s and early 90s. But from 2000 to 2010, Korea started to seek global co-production to export Korean content. And past post-2010, we have a lot of theme, story, subject, and format available in Korea, but sometimes funding may be lacking. So if you only target the local market, then you won't have enough opportunity to recoup your investment. So for profit purposes, we would do co-production. Now, I think that a lot of efforts are being made in order to reach out to the global audience. Last year, the great success of Squid Game is the outcome that we were able to realize. So it is dream come true in a way, and I think that it is high time for us to further facilitate co-production. Sometimes it can be language barriers that hinder co-production. Sometimes it could be funding issues. However, more than anything else, fundamentally, I think that for global co-production, we have to understand that it is done based on PDO, project-based organization. So unless you have your own strengths or merit, you won't be able to invite it for co-production. Either you have to have a good plan, or you have to have access to global markets, or you have to have a lot of funding, finance. Only then you can survive in the co-production market, and you will be able to learn in the process of co-production. And that way, you can further sharpen your expertise and also enjoy economic benefits. So again, I think that it's really important to understand what your strengths are. But if you look at Korea, I think that we had similar experiences starting from the 80s. And I think that over the years, we learned many things. And last year, it culminated into contents like Squid Game. So I think that eventually there is a virtuous cycle available. So again, you have to understand your strengths, and you have to also understand your weakness through experiences which you will need to improve upon. Mr. Kim Won-dong talked about a boy in Tibet becoming a baseball player. The plan itself was really nice. I had an opportunity to review the program. COVID-19 made it really difficult to produce, and the progress rate can be really slow, and there can be a lot of pressure coming from the funders, and that doesn't mean that you are going to compromise on the quality. So you need you have a plan that requires filming in Tibet, so co-production is a must. But if you look at the support system available in Korea, yes, it was a good item, good plan, and the support was provided. However, we don't have the management system in place so that the program or the project can eventually become a success. So as was pointed out by Mr. Kim, yes, the funding can be quite limited in some ways. And starting from last year or the year before, I think that we started to have 2-year project support programs. And now, I think that the size of the funding is big enough to come up with and produce a huge entertainment programs. So as long as you have a good item and good idea, then not only global production opportunities, but you can also enjoy greater opportunities. But based on my experience as a jury, I think that there has to be more funding for production in order to ensure greater success. And when it comes to documentary genre, for global co-production, I think that a lot of content, documentary content, are high quality to be entitled for various supports. Whether you are working in the broadcasting station or a production studio, I think that everything is in line with global standards. And we try to approach different issues based on those global standards. But when it comes to global co-production, when you think about the funding or the support rendered by different agencies or the strategies that is expected, I think that they're not really that different. So I think that it can be a merit that you have a dedicated category. However, when it comes to themes or stories and subjects, there can be some genres like drama and documentary. They're completely two different genres. So I think that having distinct categories of support can hinder co-production. In the private sector, the support that is being provided and also the profit distribution has to have clear guidelines beyond borders. Yes, PBO system requires merits and strengths of different players, and let's say you invested your own merit and your strength, and it is important that you bring back in return certain profit. So I think that we have to have a global production standard or guideline in place to ensure sufficient return. And I think that there has to be some understanding of that standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said that we have an environment for supporting the co-production, but we don't have the strategies that is in line with the global standard. I think that we also touched upon the topic of the second question, the importance of the agreement between countries to promote international TV co-production. And I think we are behind our allotted schedule, and it is very unfortunate that we don't have much time to talk more on the topic. If there is something more that you would like to add on the part of the government or the importance of the agreement, if you could keep your comment to less than 1 minute. Mr. Liu? I'm Korean, so I will talk from the perspective of Korean. Korea, when it comes to content, whether it is drama, documentary, there are many talents with creativity and competencies. I think we have the competitiveness, and I can say with confidence that the international broadcasting co-production in the broadcasting co-production, we have the potential. I think that we should have the willingness and determination to make that contribution. If we want to be part of the global culture, and if we want to be part of the global hegemony, I think that we have to increase the quality of the contents we produce. Since we have the competency, I think that whether the support comes from the KCC or the Ministry of Culture, when combined, when the capability and the competence of the producers are combined with the support of the government, I think that we will make a meaningful contribution to enhancing the quality, and I would like to get more support through this conference.
To befitting Korea's economic prowess, Professor Kim Ratherbo pointed out that we have to have co-production standards. Well, I think that from Korea, we have a lot of contents being produced, but when it comes to documentary genre, that is not necessarily the case. And I believe that documentary, high-quality documentary can be produced through global co-production. So global government agencies that makes investments, that funds them, that needs to be really flexible. And of course, production studios that need to do their best, but we should not stop there. I think that after production, we have to make a lot of efforts so that it can reach out to greater audience. If we can do so, then I think that we can settle the practice of co-production. Yes, he pointed out that the importance of government funding and how documentary genre requires more support. Thank you.
말씀해 주실까요? 네, 별로 말씀하실 추가하실.
I see that you don't have anything to add on. If CEO Kim Won-dong can add. The co-production agreement, if you look at the clauses and details of the agreement, we will focus on the documentaries, not the dramas or the entertainment. The two parties would work on the contents that we both share. We have Vietnamese partner, we have Korean and Chinese partner. If we have different stakeholders of different background, we won't be able to really focus on the co-production. So we mostly focus on the documentaries or the animation, although there is no limitation to the type of or the genre of the contents we can produce. I think these are really the types of genre that we can cooperate, considering the regulations and the guidelines. We also talked about the guidelines and the direction where we should go forward. I think we need more time to talk and draw a constructive answer. I think many different stakeholders from academias and business, producers, government side should come together, even if it takes a whole day to really come up with a meaningful answer. Thank you very much. On top of the animation document have a long way to go, and you said that we need to have a venue for debating what is needed for the improvement in the co-production. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for session 3-2. I would like to kindly ask the moderator and the panel discussants to kindly return to their seats. So that was our first round table. Next, we would like to convene session 3-3, the second round table. Please stay with us till the very end. Through session 3-2, we discussed the challenges and the promotion of international broadcasting co-production. And we also talked about the importance of agreement between countries to promote international TV co-production, and also discussed various obstacles hindering international TV co-production. Now we only have one last session before we come to a close. So without further ado, we'd like to have the second round table. The title is The Challenges and Promotion of International Broadcasting Co-Production. Allow me to introduce to you our moderator and also the panel discussants. For this session, we have CEO Kim Kyung-dal from Neo Touch Point. And as panel discussants, we have Daeun Kim, CEO, Kim Duck Studio, and CJ Daya TV creator. And we have Yoon Young-gun, the CEO of Versework. Finally, from Malaysia, we have Mr. Dylan Park, Group Head of Business Development of Web TV Asia. So we have everyone on stage. I would like to briefly introduce to you our moderator. We have Mr. Kim Kyung-dal. He has a very extensive experience. He worked at Donghwa TV and various new media, legacy media, and also even social media. In 2018, he also served as the member of board of KBS. You have the floor. Hello, everyone. I am Kyung-dal Kim. Thank you very much for staying with us till this last session. So based on all the discussions that we've had so far, we're going to now share our ideas about future prospects. So the topic is the future of global collaboration that MZ generation creates. So I'm going to introduce to you our panel discussants. First of all, we have Daeun Kim. She's the CEO and creator from Kim Duck Studio. She's also a YouTube creator, and she is also a CEO of a studio. We also have Yoon Young-gun. He joined CJ&M Daya TV, where he recruited and fosters a lot of creators. And this time around, a metaverse studio, Versework, was launched by Mr. Yoon. And finally, we have Mr. Dylan Park from the Web TV Asia. He's Group Head of Business Development. He promotes a creative economy in various Asian countries. All right. So thank you very much for joining us. So you're all Gen Z and Gen M. So I believe that we have some video clips prepared by our panel discussants. So why don't we take a look?
저 김다은 대표님 먼저 소개 순서죠. 저 영상 보고
So first is Daeun Kim. Why don't we look at the video first and then listen to her.
있는 지금까지의 제 이야기를 들려드릴게요. 20대 초반 본격적으로 영상을 만들며 참가자로 참가했던 국제 콘테스트에서 1년 만에 심사위원이 되었고 재학 중 다니던 대학 100주년 축제에서 연사로 섰고 세계 최초의 웹무비 프로젝트를 통해 영화 감독으로 데뷔했고 뷰티 유튜버로 글로벌 브랜드 행사에 초청받아 전 세계로 출장을 가며 졸업을 앞두고 제 이름을 건 미디어 브랜드를 설립했습니다. 꿈을 이루어가는 과정 중 만든 유튜브 채널로 수많은 기회를 만들어 나갔고 하고 싶은 일 한 가지를 하기 위해선 하기 싫은 일 10가지라도 해야 한다는 마음으로 힘든 일일지라도 주어진 모든 일을 새로운 기회로 만들어갔습니다. 모든 것이 쉽지 않았던 20대의 시작이었지만 그렇기에 더 많은 사람들의 마음을 깊이 울릴 수 있는 새로운 콘텐츠들을 만들 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 유튜브를 넘어서 콘텐츠의 경계를 허물고 MZ세대를 비롯한 다양한 세대를 연결하고 함께하는 콘텐츠의 진정한 힘을 실현하는 것. 함께하는 사람들에게 콘텐츠를 통해 영감을 주고 아낌없이 노하우를 나누는 것. 그것이 콘텐츠로 세상에 파동을 그려낼 킴닥스 스튜디오가 제가 가고자 하는 길입니다.
네. 안녕하세요. 저는
Good afternoon. I'm Kim. I'm the first generation YouTuber creator in Korea. So I personally experienced the initial stage of the creator, and I prepared a video introducing myself, befitting this generation MZ. There was some sound block. It talks about my experience and asking for your support in my work. Thank you. As you have seen from my movie, we have attempted to make a new experience combining the exhibition and YouTube, and I hope that I'll be able to deliver my experience at today's gathering. Thank you.
윤영
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Yoon Young-gun from Versework.
영상 안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Versework. My company was established just last year. Originally, I worked at CJENM. I was the first employee of Daya TV there. I worked for about 5 to 6 years and then moved to Naver and was responsible for Snow. And together with IT and other developers, we produced various video and Naver Webtoon and Naver Japan Geppetto, and many other investors also invested in my company, and I was able to start my own company. So I think that play and watch are the two key words I would like to highlight, and we see boundaries being blurred between game content. We have Naver, TikTok, Ping Pong Company, and our shareholder, Geppetto, Roblox. They're all really focused on global creators, and that's where we focus on as well. So using Naver Webtoon IP, we have Gigigege, and based on other Webtoon IPs in Indonesia, Japan, and Thailand, together with Geppetto creators, we promote our content and also sell our MDs. When it comes to co-production, I may have limited experience compared to others. However, within the boundaries of digital content, I would like to share with you how MZs are collaborating together without being hindered by government regulations. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 지금
Good afternoon. I'm Jalon Park from WebTV Asia. I'm the group head of the business development. Tan Kim. I saw her grow herself as a very influential YouTuber. I'm very honored to be on the same stage with her. I'm working for Web TV Asia. We are the first generation of MCN company. We are a official MCN company for the YouTube, and we are expanding our business portfolio. We have about managing 3,500 channels, and we have close to 1.3 million YouTube videos, and we have about 570 million followers, and we are building our ecosystem for these people. Creator economy has become a top topic in social media industry. We started out as a MCN, but now we are trying to support the creator to create their own economy so that they can grow further. And we have about 5 key business pillars under our business for distributing and monetizing. We have MPN service, which leads naturally to the brand solution. We help creators monetize and make a profit out of their contents. We also work on the live commerce or the social commerce. I know that current companies are working very actively with the influencer for their commerce. We have the business pillar. We also have a content studio. Because we're working in the new media, we want to assist creator grow their contents and business. So we work with the legacy producers by using our content studio, and we also work in the tech integration. We are moving from Tech 2 to Tech 3 wave. So in the social media ecosystem, we make full use of the new technology and solutions.
Thank you very much for your self-introductions. I think that you were all able to feel from the introduction that there is a lot of new ideas being generated in this production space. So today the keyword is collaboration in co-production. So why don't we jump right into 2 subtopics. The first topic is this. So we have legacy TV content and also new types of contents. So how can they coexist and also co-develop? I would like to hear from our 3 panel discussants on this topic. Ta-eun, I would like to begin. Well, I've been studying media in the undergrad and also in the grad program. And also in this new media space, I've also learned many things and also had a lot of experiences. So I'd like to share with you my thoughts. The future of content. will depend on how contents are encapsulated in media and how the media develops and what technologies are going to be made available to support the development of the media. So I think that we have to look at it overall picture. What's interesting is that those in their teens, I've asked my sister, and the content that is available on YouTube, they see it, watch it, and they don't really care whether it's a film or just a video. Okja by Bong Joon-ho, director Bong Joon-ho, was released on Netflix, and at that time, when it was released, there was a lot of controversy whether or not we're going to consider this as a film or not. But now, I think that we have come a long way. We have a lot of content being available on YouTube, and we don't care anymore whether it's a film or just an ordinary video. So content itself is important. However, in this time and age, we have to look at what platform that the receiving end considers most comfortable with. And I think that we have to have a foundation to support that. So the producers, the content creators, and the platforms where the content can be uploaded are very important. Now, for content creators and producers like myself, and also we would have directors who also produce content, I think that all of us need to break down the barriers in our head, the borders between legacy media and also new digital media. Legacy media are high quality, yes. I think that they are therefore more obsessed about keeping it as is. However, I think that we see more and more converged content, and there is less strict border, making the distinctions. And so I don't think that new media or new content is less in quality when it comes to compared to legacy content. I think that of course legacy media is comparable to Michelin restaurants. However, the trends that are popular amongst the MZ generations are similar to cereal bowls. So inside cereal bowl, you have to have cereal to enjoy. So I think that we have to think about how we can serve a Michelin dish in a cereal bowl, fitting the taste and preferences of Gen MZs. So I think that we have to have some more of a open mind on the part of the producers in providing media options to the new generations. Then I think that we can create a culture of creation that is helpful for us all. And when it comes to content, businesses need to support content creation, and businesses also need to think about future consumers, what the culture is and what their lifestyles are, so that those elements can be embedded in the content. We talked about Netflix earlier, but subscription services would be one good example. I think that having the option to watch the content of my choice at any time, at any place, is a big benefit that new generations want to enjoy, unlike legacy media. So I think that by doing so and by satisfying that needs, the OTT platforms were able to expand their market share. So again, I think that legacy media, not only the content development, but also the technological development is something that they need to consider. And in this age of content convergence, I think that we can maintain our growth. Thank you.
감사합니다. 크게 두 가지 포인트.
Yes, you made 2 points. You talked about bringing down the barrier among the contents and trying to find a platform that most befits the nature of the contents. I would like to ask Yoon Young-gun. Yes, right before joining the CJ Media TV, when I first joined the company, everyone used to tell me that the broadcasting station would go out of the business, but that's not the case. I think that they have become more like individual creators. Although my experience over the past decade is very short, whether it is a business model or the contents, there are many things that I did not try. I think the decision comes from the users. Many of the decisions are made by the users, of the consumers of the content. We collaborate with many big companies. We also work with the IT service and Netmarble and itself, like the gaming companies. What we feel is that we have to get closer to the minds of the consumers, the users, the younger generation, and the teens. To them, nothing. Whether it is the TV or the gaming or the entertainment, they don't really see the difference. As long as it is entertaining, it is enough to suffice their needs. So we need to have a producer who can combine the elements of the different genre or the contents. I don't think we have enough stream of producers coming into the market. The most of the contents are based on the technology. They mix some of the computer graphic elements. It is not really appealing to the users or the end consumers. So if you look at the global world, the gaming contents and the watching contents and the playing contents have come together. We are seeing stronger collaboration. It may start out from the gaming company or from the broadcasting company. There are cases where the Roblox would launch a program, or the Sega gaming company would launch their game through Roblox. So the barriers between different industries are coming down. We are leading the technology, so if we can combine the power of each different industry, I think we can generate a greater outcome.
Thank you very much. I think that, again, Mr. Yoon echoed what Ta-eun said earlier, the fact that we need to bring down the barriers between different media types and how the supplier side needs some changes. So thank you very much for your insights. Next, I'd like to invite Dylan Park. Well, thank you very much. I completely concur with what was said by Ta-eun and Yonggun. We actually work as an agency and also as a production studio. And we work with those social media creators and legacy media. We worked as a bridge between the two as well. And in the process, I would like to share with you the learnings that we have obtained. The legacy studios, when they work with social media creators, well, it can be a bit difficult. Of course, I see that legacy media try to understand social media content creators. Things are changing really fast on the latter cases. However, the legacy media, they're pretty much focused on their conservative way of creating content. Of course, lately we see more successful collaboration projects, like co-production projects. Because of COVID-19, we see travel content, but it was very much difficult to produce them during the COVID-19 pandemic. But locally, we have YouTube creators, and together with them, I saw a lot of content being created by legacy media in partnership with local YouTubers. So I think that legacy media need to constantly learn about new and up-and-coming media platforms. And lately, when it comes to social media, from our agency's point of view, the buzzword is super content. Rather, it's a short form content instead of long form content. The demand is high, but the supply is quite limited at the moment. When it comes to YouTube, I think that a lot of production studios have become used to it, and there are a lot of content available there. However, when it comes to short form content, we still have a lot of production studios trying to adapt. So we are trying to stay hopeful. So in this ecosystem, as an agency, what we feel is that production studios are trying to keep abreast with the changing content trends, and they're trying to challenge themselves via agency or via creators like Kindex. I think that challenging themselves and trying to break away from their comfort zone is very important. creating new content and challenging to break away from their past practices is something that is recommended. Thank you.
헤게모니가 강해지고
Yes, we see that changes in the hegemony, and we see growing influence of the individual creators, the legacy TV-like contents, and the new types of contents, how we can grow together, how we can develop together, or the topic of discussion. And globally, and in what area can we collaborate or cooperate in a practical term? You can collaborate with the YouTuber, the existing companies. So there can be many ways where we can collaborate. In what area in particular can the MZ generation co-create with the existing legacy producers in the global context? Why don't we start with Kim Daeun? I ask you to keep your comments short. There are many purposes to co-production. One would be the cultural exchanges, and I think that as a MZ generation, the younger generation, we have to really understand the purpose, and we need to be able to really enjoy the purpose. We can maybe push the boundary or the scope of the co-production so that we can co-create in the global context. I think that the global creator in the MPN can grow their capability, and also in the metaverse environment they really play. They know how to play and enjoy in the given context. So there should be given more support from the existing legacy producers to ensure that new and creative original contents be contributed from the MZ generation. Some pressure might be on to invest on the individual creator. So if you can work with the MPN, the agency of the creators, it will be safer, or maybe mitigate some of the potential risks that you may see. The last note, MC generation, I think very broad from the teens to the people in their 30s. So if you think at the direction and the strategy, you have to have a more detailed and different approach depending on the different age group. And in developing the guidance, I think you have to think about the different age group and come up with different support strategy. If you look into the teens, the co-production that we have now is more of a global agreements that are being done from the big company, but maybe we can focus more on the teens or the younger generation, giving more opportunity for them so that they can contribute later in the context. In my high school age, I had opportunity participating in film festival open for the high school students, and unfortunately it wasn't a program that really encouraged the exchanges of the high school students from different countries, but I think it was a good motivation nonetheless. It was a very good opportunity, leaving me with a big impression and motivated me to really focus my time and energy in this area. And I think that was really the starting point of my career. So if we can focus more support given toward the younger generation, the students in their teens, 10 years from now, I think that we will see more talents contributing in this area.
Thank you very much. So the recommendation is that we should broaden the scope of international co-production, and also programs to promote exchanges amongst Gen Zs. Well, thank you very much. Next, Yonggun. For Gen M, I was born in 1986, and so I belong to Gen M, and my kids actually would belong to Gen Z, and I think that there's a huge difference between Gen M's and Gen Z, and I think that there are two different trends. I think that compared to the past, I think that a lot of creators are developing and producing content on their own. Amongst the TikTok videos, rather, Verse Work was selected as one of the original content creators on TikTok, and we had our content exposed to many TikTok viewers. However, we only had 6,000 followers or so. So Dingo, Daya TV, Lulala, and there were many ace creators developing videos and content, but the result was not successful. The reason why is because TikTok, if you think about it, it's really difficult for video majors to succeed because planning is difficult. It's not like the TikTok platform prevented it. If we try to plan something, I kind of felt that the intervention that we could have on TikTok is very limited. So watch and game and watch, the barrier is being blurred, and that is also the case for TikTok. So from TikTok videos, I think that viewers are not just passive watchers or viewers, they are playing with the content. So when it comes to global co-production, if you look at the content produced by ZenM or ZenZ, I think that there is already a lot of co-production going on. So as long as the government doesn't intervene and start to regulate, I think that we're fine. Korea may be a peninsula country, and I think that a lot of people have overseas experiences. Those born in the 90s and 80s, they have a lot of experience of overseas cultures and traditions, and therefore they are already doing co-production in a way. For legacy media, I'm sure how they can do better is something that can be answered by the audience rather than myself. Thank you.
I completely agree with what the two speakers said earlier. We work at 10 different countries. So collaboration between creators and between countries are what we really promote. We drive the collaboration between the players, and we also get the brand involved for collaboration. We also sometimes give drive to the platform. And I think that the YouTube has changed the paradigm in the video. And if you look at the structure of the production, I think the TikTok is where you can see the biggest change in the technology. If you look at the format, the creators would voluntarily get involved to co-produce the content without their knowing. So, as Yoon Young-gun said earlier, technology solutions, he is working in developing technology solution in the metaverse. We have to also give more technologies to facilitate the collaboration between the creators. Korea is a IT powerhouse, and contents has been strongly propped up with the technology strength. And if we have more R&Ds coming into the technology that enables the production of the content, I think we will see a brighter future. Thank you. In the limited time, you have given us good comments. I think we have much to learn from your answer. If I am to summarize what has been said, consumers, younger generations, are not only watching the contents but playing with the contents. It will be like a more immersive experience, like playing a game. That was an article that I read recently, and we are already seeing that happening before us. And I think that in one session, I think this will become one of the topic, a big topic in the IBCC going forward. I hope to have more discussion on this topic for the later IBCC. And I would like to once again thank all the discussants for their valuable contribution and comments. Thank you very much.
네.
Thank you very much. With that, we've finished session number 3-3. Thank you very much for your input and insights. So in 3 years, we were able to meet again offline and hold this IBCC 2022. In this particular session, we were able to learn from the legacy media and as well as Gen M and Gen Z. Again, the IBCC 2022 can be watched using YouTube channel of KISD. And I would like to note that today's conference was held in strict compliance with COVID-19 preventive measures. We've talked about the leaflet for PR, so please take note of that and also make sure to fill out the survey before you leave. With that, we'd like to conclude IBCC 2022. Thank you very much.